A lot has been lined up for the House to consider during this afternoon session. And given priority in today's order paper is the Mining Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 22 of the year 2025 by Senator Karen Nyamu. This bill is coming up for first reading, or popularly known as the first stage of the bill, and it is a bill that is seeking to amend the Mining Act Cap 306 to provide for legislative framework for the utilization of mineral royalties for the benefit of communities where the exploitation of mineral resources occur. The bill mandates the timely transfer of royalties allocated to the county governments and local communities to respective county revenue funds to facilitate the utilization of the royalties by the county government. It further ring fences the royalties allocated to the communities for projects identified by the respective communities. And a look at this bill and its provision is that it is further seeking to provide for the establishment of community project implementation committees, that the committees will be comprising of members of the respective community elected by the community. The key function of these committees would be to identify as well as monitor the implementation of projects that will be funded by the royalties allocated to the community under Section 153, subsection 5C of the Mining Act. After the Mining Amendment Bill has been read, the Senate will then move into the Committee of the Whole, where the Senate as a whole will be converting itself into a committee. This is usually called the Committee of the Whole. And under this category, the House will be considering a number of bills. Among them is the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, a bill from the National Assembly, Bill number 45 of the year 2022. And under this bill, the House will be considering the President's recommendation in regards to the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill of the year 2022. The Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of the year 2023, is also coming up for consideration, where the Senate will be considering amendments by the National Assembly. And the other would be the Election Offences Amendment Bill number 2, Senate Bills number 28 of the year 2024 by the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Matters Justice and Legal Affairs. Upon the rise of the House this evening, the House will be moving to Naivasha for the better part of the weekend to consider assessment and planning of the 5th session. The Speaker of the Senate is in the chambers. Allow me to hand over for this live broadcast. My name is Gladys Mungai.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matter that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interest you've committed to our church. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Well, the business of the Senate has officially kicked off this afternoon. And upon the commencement of the House is experiencing a little quorum hitch. And the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, guided by the House Standing Orders, has directed the Sergeant-at-Arms to ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes for senators who are yet to make their way into the chamber this afternoon to do exactly that. They are already doing that. After that alert from the quorum bell, and immediately the House Courates will be handing you over back into the proceedings in the chamber. But before I handed you over for this live broadcast, I was just telling you about the Senate Assessment and Planning Retreat for the 5th session, where the House will be convening in Naivasha in Nakuru County for the better part of this weekend, where senators will be holding a retreat, as has been the tradition at the beginning of each session. And the purposes of this weekend's retreat is to review its performance of the 4th session and equally plan very well for the 5th session. The theme of this retreat is advancing the Senate's agenda, where they'll be reviewing, strategizing, and ensuring that there is sustainable progress of House business. Key issues that will be deliberated upon include matters devolution and intergovernmental relations. Here, the senators will be seeking to address issues and priority areas for senators and the Senate's intervention, implementation of the universal health coverage, the successes, the challenges, as well as the intervention on how to strengthen the universal health care coverage, matters food security, the successes, the challenges, and legislative intervention in the agricultural sector, the implementation of climate action in counties. The overview here will be the financing of locally led climate action, popularly known as FLOCA, the assessment of the state of education in Kenya. The senators will also be considering the draft referendum bill, the context of the bill, alignment with the Constitution, as well as the amendment process. So that is just but a nutshell of the business that will be taking senators to Naivasha for that retreat to assess how the House did on the 4th session, as well as set the proper agenda for this 5th session that the House commenced after resuming business from the long recess, basically the long December and January holiday for the House. Away from that business, the Senate is also set to resume debate this afternoon on the culture bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 12 of the year 2024. It is a bill by the leader of the majority party that the Senate will be resuming debates on this bill that was interrupted on the 25th day of February 2026, basically last evening, where the senators were debating the culture bill and the provisions of the bill. The Public Audit Amendment Bill originating from the National Assembly, senators will this afternoon be debating various amendments proposed to the already existing Act on Public Audit. And this bill is seeking to further tighten the gaps on matters audit and usage of funds allocated to various state agencies, as well as ministries and county governments, basically are trying to streamline matters audit.
Clerk, you may proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, I'd like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon a visiting delegation of members of staff from the County Assembly of Bungoma who are undertaking a training on legislative public policy analysis at the Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training, SPST. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Again, Honorable Senators, I wish to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation from the County Assembly of Kwale, comprising members of the Finance, Budget and Appropriation Committee and its Secretariat. The delegation is undertaking a training program at the Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training, SPST. Now, Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. The Honorable Hanifa Mwajirani, the Honorable Manza Beja, the Honorable Teresia B. Mwoki, the Honorable Ali Benzane, the Honorable Yusuf Sengeza, the Honorable Augustine Ndegwa Frederick, the Honorable Juma Maone, the Honorable Hamisi Mkaha, the Honorable Mulki Aden, Mr. Said Mamazima, Mr. Omar Juma Gambere, Mr. Mrima M. Komboza, Mr. Chimba Cindy, Ms. Fatuma Kingi, no relationship, Mr. Juma Hassan Zani. Now, Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate, and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Senator for Bungoma County under 1 minute to extend a word of welcome to welcome. Have a seat, Senator. You don't roam around when the chair is on his feet. Under 1 minute to extend a word of welcome to welcome the delegation from Bungoma, and again, Senator Chimera, under 1 minute also to extend a word of welcome to welcome the delegation from Kwale County. You may proceed, Senator for Bungoma.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, naona wengi wanainda na wivu dhidi yangu na watu wangu wa Bungoma, lakini kwa yote nashukuru Maulana kwa sababu wamekuja kujionea, kujifunza na kuiga mienendo mizuri ya jumba la Senate na maseneta ambao wamekita mizizi katika sheria, kanuni na mustakabali wa mabunge ya Afrika Mashariki. Ningependa kuwakaribisha wote kutoka kaunti ya Bungoma na wengine ambao wako hapa, wajihisi nyumbani, wajihisi wako mikononi mwa watetezi wa ugatuzi, na kwamba tutaungana kwa pamoja kutunga sheria kuwatetea na kuwakilisha watu wetu ili nchi ya Kenya iweze kupiga hatua za kimaendeleo na kulinda ugatuzi. So kwa niaba ya watu wa Bungoma na maseneta wenzangu, na wakaribisha nyote kwa moyo mkunjufu ili tusonge kwa pamoja na tujenge nchi ya Kenya. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Chimera.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa fursa hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile nataka nichukue nafasi hii ni wakaribishe wajumbe wetu wa bunge letu dogo la gatuzi ya Kwale katika Seneti. Hapa ndiyo Seneti. Karibuni sana waheshimiwa, na natumai kwamba mmepata nafasi murwa na fursa ya kuweza kuongeza ujuzi katika masuala yote haya ya ugatuzi, na niwaambie hapa Seneti Nafikiri leo mtajionea waziwazi ile kazi ambayo maseneta wanafanya kuhakikisha kwamba tumetuma rasilimali na fedha ili muweze kuendeleza miradi mbalimbali kule eneo letu la kaunti ya Kwale. Vile vile najua mmepata nafasi muro ya kuona ile kazi ambayo seneta wenu wanafanya hapa bungeni, na mmejionea wazi wenyewe paruanja peupe ile kazi ambayo seneta wakili Chimera anaifanya hapa bungeni, na nina imani nyinyi wenyewe pia mnashabikia kazi hii. Nina imani mkirudi kule Kwale mtaweza kuendeleza ile kazi yenu ya uhakiki na kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi tukufu wa Kwale wanaweza kupata maendeleo. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikimalizia, mimi ni seneta mteule kutoka Kwale, na unajua hawa wajumbe wangu wamesafiri umbali na urefu kufika hapa bunge la Seneti Nairobi, na unajua tuko katika msimu wa Ramadhani. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naomba tu kwa upendo na kwa undugu, hawa ndugu zangu maseneta ambao tuko hapa, tushirikiane leo, wanichangie kidogo tu, ndio hawa viongozi wangu wa Kwale waweze kupata tende iftari. Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana, karibuni viongozi kutoka kaunti ya Kwale. Shukrani Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Sifuna.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwanza nianze kwa kumkumbusha Mheshimiwa Chimera kwamba nikiona waheshimiwa ambao wako pale juu, hawa ni watu wa heshima ambao mimi nimewajua kibinafsi, tumefanya nao kazi. Mheshimiwa Hanifa Badi ni mkereketo wa chama cha ODM. Tumepitia mengi akiwa kiongozi wa ODM pale katika County Assembly ya Kwale. Ninaweza kudhibitisha hapa kwa sasa kwamba anazo tende na hahitaji tende za Mheshimiwa Chimera. Nataka nitoe pole ya Mheshimiwa Isa Boy ambaye yuko njiani anakuja hapa bunge, ndio seneta wa kule Kwale. Nataka niwashukuru kwa kufika katika bunge la Senate. Mnajua tunawaheshimu sana. Mheshimiwa Hanifa Badi, unajua na kuheshimu sana, na kwa kazi nzuri ambayo umefanya katika chama chetu katika County Assembly ya Kwale. Tunakutambua. Wale hawajui historia yangu na Hanifa waende mpaka wakati wa uchaguzi wa mwaka wa 2011 katika eneo bunge la Msambweni, watajua ni kwa nini na mheshimu huyu dada. Wakati mwingine Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo huwa yakichemuka na wewe unajua. So wale ambao ni foot soldiers wa chama, mimi kama katibu mkuu huwa nawatambua sana. Asanteni kwa kufika hapa bunge na
Order Senator Fernandi. Senator Sifuna, kiwa umemaliza tafadhali unaweza.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, najua kwamba wakati kutakuwa na viongozi wa kutoka Nandi, na yeye atapata fursa ya kuzungumza. Wacha nizungumze kwa niaba ya viongozi wa chama cha ODM. Kwa hivyo nataka niwashukuru kwa kufika hapa. Hamna lolote ambalo mnahitaji kutoka kwa Mheshimiwa Chimera. Kama katibu wenu niko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba na senator wa kaunti ya Nairobi nitawalinda mkiwa katika kaunti hii jinsi ambavyo mnanilinda nikiwa Diani. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Senator Faki. Order. Senator Fernandi.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii pia kukaribisha delegation ya kutoka Kwale. Mheshimiwa Spika, delegation hii tulikuwa nayo leo katika kamati yangu ya ardhi, mali asili na mazingira, na walisoma first hand mambo ambayo yanatendeka wakati tunafanya oversight. Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo ambayo tulikuwa tunazungumzia leo ilikuwa ni tulikuwa tumemkaribisha mgeni kutoka Nandi kuhusiana na fedha za floka, na waliona vile ambavyo maswali yanaulizwa kuhusiana na pesa za floka, na tukawasihi kwamba kule kwao pia nyumbani waweze kuuliza maswali yale kwa magavana ambao wanawasimamia. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, karibuni, na najiunga na wewe kuwakaribisha. Kama alivyosema kiranja wetu Sifuna, wengi katika delegation ile ni wa kutoka kwa chama cha ODM, wakiongozwa na kiongozi wa wengi Mheshimiwa Hanifa Mwajirani, na chama cha ODM si maskini ya kufanyiwa mchango kutoa tende kwa watu wake. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Committee on Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 26 February 2026. A report of Standing Committee on Health on the County Oversight Network engagement in Kitui, Makueni, and Machakos. Thank you.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, 26 February 2026. The Traffic, School Transport Rules, Motor Vehicle Inspection Rules, Drink Driving Rules Act, and NTSA Operation and Commercial Service Vehicle Act. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notice of motion.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion that the Senate adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Health on the County Oversight Network engagements in Kitui, Makueni, Machakos County laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 26 October 2026.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 52-1. Honorable Senator Muma. Catherine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 to make a statement on a matter of national importance, namely the secret recording and circulation of intimate encounters involving Kenyan women by a foreign national for online distribution and profit. Over the past few weeks, disturbing videos have circulated widely on social media platforms depicting Kenyan women being secretly recorded without their knowledge or consent. The content captured using concealed recording devices has been disseminated online for voyeuristic consumption, exposing the women involved to humiliation, stigma, reputational damage, and profound psychological harm. Mr. Speaker, this conduct is a gross affront to the values and protections enshrined in our Constitution. Article 8 guarantees every person the right to inherent dignity and to have that dignity respected and protected, while Article 31 guarantees the right to privacy, including the right not to have one's private affairs unnecessarily required or revealed. Secretly recording and distributing intimate encounters without consent is not merely immoral. It is an egregious violation of constitutional rights and may constitute offenses under the Data Protection Act Cap 411C and the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act Cap 79C. Mr. Speaker, this incident underscores dangerous intersection between technology and gender-based exploitation. The misuse of digital tools to commodify women's bodies and private lives reflects a broader pattern of online gender-based violence that continues to threaten the safety, dignity, and equality of women and girls in our country. Digital spaces must not become safe havens for abusers, predatory conduct, and impunity. I am particularly concerned about the speed and the scale at which such harmful content spreads online and the inadequacy of deterrence and response mechanisms to prevent the capture, upload, and redistribution of non-consensual intimate material. Equally troubling is the secondary victimization that occurs when members of the public continue to share, forward, or trend such content, thereby compounding the harm suffered by victims and entrenching a culture of cruelty and impunity. Mr. Speaker, I urge the relevant investigative and prosecutorial agencies to act with speed, diligence, and sensitivity to identify the perpetrators, secure digital evidence, disrupt distributional networks, and ensure that those responsible are brought to justice. I further urge the communications regulator and the digital platforms operating in Kenya to strengthen prompt takedown procedures and circulation and non-consensual intimate images and videos consistent with our laws and constitutional standards. Mr. Speaker, sir, beyond enforcement, the victims require protection and support. This matter calls for strengthened survivor-centered responses, including confidential reporting channels, psychosocial support, legal aid, and public education on the criminality of recording, processing, sharing, or recirculating intimate content without consent. It also calls for renewed national commitment to combating technology-facilitated gender-based violence through prevention, accountability, and the promotion of responsible digital citizenship. Mr. Speaker, the dignity of Kenyan women is not negotiable. This House must send a clear message that exploitation, whether physical or digital, will not be tolerated, and that the rights of privacy and dignity guaranteed under our Constitution shall be protected without hesitation or exception. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Catherine Muma, nominated senator.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Senator for Nairobi City County, Honorable Edwin Sifuna.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of national importance regarding the shooting of Mr. Vincent Ayomo and the conduct of the police officers during a public gathering held in Kitengela on Sunday, 15th February 2026. Mr. Speaker, police officers disrupted a peaceful assembly, resulting in the fatal shooting of Mr. Ayomo and injuries to other citizens. This incident has raised serious concerns regarding the protection of the constitutional right to peaceful assembly and the use of force by law enforcement officers. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number one, the circumstances under which police officers were deployed to the rally in Kitengela, including the chain of command and the officers involved and their respective police stations. Secondly, the justification, if any, for the use of force and the specific circumstances that led to the shooting of Mr. Vincent Ayomo. Thirdly, the action taken against the officers involved, including any investigations commenced and their current status. Number 4, the number of persons injured, arrested, or otherwise affected, and an assessment of damage to property. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, the measures in place to compensate the family of Mr. Vincent Ayomo and other affected persons. Speaker, with your permission, I have a second statement. I could take that as well. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the implementation status of the World Intellectual Property Organization Performance and Phonograms Treaty, WPPT, whose ratification was confirmed by a Cabinet dispatch dated Thursday, 12th May 2022. Mr. Speaker, the treaty is intended to safeguard the rights of performers and producers of phonograms by ensuring fair remuneration, recognition, and protection of their works, particularly in the digital environment. With the rapid growth of the creative economy and the increasing exploitation of digital platforms for the distribution of creative content, the effective domestication and enforcement of this treaty can no longer remain a peripheral issue in national discourse. There is an urgent need to clarify the extent to which Kenya has fulfilled its obligations under the treaty and the practical measures in place to secure the rights of creatives. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number 1, the current status of the WIPO Performances and Phonograms Treaty in terms of ratification, domestication into national law, and implementation, including any legislative or regulatory amendments undertaken. Number 2, a detailed breakdown of the legal, administrative, and policy measures currently in place to prevent and address violations, including the circumvention of technological protection measures and the unauthorized use of protected works. And lastly, the existing local, legal, and institutional frameworks that complement the WIPO Performances and Phonograms Treaty in promoting, protecting, and mainstreaming the rights and economic interests of creatives in the country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator for Nandi County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I have a number of statements. I hope you will allow me to read them in mutatis mutandis manner. Mr. Speaker, request for statement on the management of Nairobi water assets. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on a matter of county-wide concern regarding operations of the Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company and the welfare of citizens. Mr. Speaker, sir, recent revelations have exposed systemic theft and illegal sale of water infrastructure assets belonging to the Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company. The scheme has caused losses amounting to billions of shillings annually, weakening the company's capacity to maintain and expand its infrastructure. Residents of Nairobi ultimately bear the cost through higher tariffs, delayed repairs, and poor service delivery. This development raised serious concerns about governance and oversight within Nairobi Water and Sanitation Sewerage Company and demand urgent corrective action to protect public resources and restore confidence in the management of water services. In the statement, the committee should address the following, Mr. Speaker. Sir. 1, the audit and inventory control mechanisms currently in place within the Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company to safeguard water infrastructure assets and clearly state the extent to which these mechanisms are effective in preventing loss, theft, or misappropriation. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, an update and detailed inventory of all Nairobi Water and Sanitation Company assets and supplies specifying their quantities, location, and corresponding monetary value to establish the true status of the company's asset base. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, measures in place to ensure the safety and integrity of Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company assets, including any ongoing or proposed reforms such as digital asset tracking systems, CCTV surveillance, independent audits, staff rotation policies, and internal controls designed to strengthen oversight and accountability. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, whether there have been any recent cases of asset loss, theft, or misappropriation within Nairobi Water and Sanitation and Sewerage Company, and if so, detail the action taken to investigate such incidences, recover lost assets, hold responsible officers accountable, and prevent any recurrence. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on this statement, the accountability frameworks in place to guarantee transparency in Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company's procurement, staffing, and asset management practices, and specify the steps being taken to protect residents of Nairobi from the risks and dangers posed by the compromise or missing water infrastructure that will affect the issue of water provision. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, on to my second statement. Request for a statement on the unrest and indefinite closure of Olesos National Polytechnic in Nandi County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education on a matter of national concern regarding the recent unrest at Olesos National Polytechnic in Nandi County and the subsequent indefinite closure of the institution following tensions arising from the vetting results of the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Personnel Association, TONOPTA, council elections held on 11 February 2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, the vetting exercise, which disqualified several aspirants, triggered dissatisfaction among students and escalated into protests that disrupted learning and led to property damage. The administration responded by closing the Polytechnic indefinitely, leaving students stranded and raising concern about their academic progress and welfare and the general running of the Polytechnic. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following. 1, the current status of inquiries into arrest the agencies leading investigations into the matter and the conduct of both students and administrators during the incident. Number 2, the immediate actions taken by the Ministry of Education and the Polytechnic's management to restore calm, safeguard students and staff safety, and manage communication during the crisis. Number 3, the reasons that informed the indefinite closure of the institution and the measures, timelines, and safeguards in place to reopen the institution and resume learning. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, the steps taken to address students' concern over TONOPTA council election vetting process, measures to ensure transparency and fairness in future elections. Number 5, Mr. Speaker, which is important, the current financial status of Olesos National Polytechnic, including government capitation, internally generated funds, accountability for expenditures, the role of the principal in financial oversight, and findings of any recent audits, including the board. So, Speaker, finally, the measures to rebuild the public trust in the institution of Olesos, strengthen accountability and governance structures, engage in stakeholders, and prevent similar disruptions in technical training institutions. So, Speaker, as you are aware, the Senator of Trans Nzoia had requested that I read his statement on his behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that indulgence. Request for a statement on the unlawful closure of County Public Service Board offices and transfer of board staff in Trans Nzoia County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the unlawful closure of the County Public Service Board of Trans Nzoia County Government and the transfer of its staff. Mr. Speaker, sir, the County Secretary of Trans Nzoia County Government, acting on instructions of the Governor of Trans Nzoia County, issued a statement on 16 February 2026 directing the closure of the County Public Service Board offices and the transfer of its staff. This action is arbitrary and of grave concern, given that the County Public Service Board is an independent institutional organ established under Article 235 of the Constitution of Kenya and operationalized by the County Governments Act of 2012. The board is not subordinate to the county executive and is insulated from executive administrative control, supervision, or interference. Consequently, the county governor lacks legal authority to dissolve, suspend, or otherwise paralyze the operations of a sitting board outside the procedure prescribed by law. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following. 1, the circumstances under which the Governor of Trans Nzoia County directed closure of the County Public Service Board offices and the transfer of its staff and the legal basis for the Governor's action. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, whether the investigations into allegations of unlawful interference with the County Public Service Board statutory mandate, administrative overreach, disruption of public service processes, including obstruction of the board's management of county personnel, have been undertaken, and if so, table the findings and recommendations and accountability. And finally, Mr. Speaker, measures in place to cause the immediate reopening of the Trans Nzoia County Public Service Board offices, the reversal of all directives transferring board staff, as well as measures to safeguard operational independence and compliance with the constitutional and statutory requirements relating to operations of the Trans Nzoia County Public Service Board. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Senator Alan Chesang, the distinguished senator from Trans Nzoia County, I thank you, Speaker.
Senator for Nakuru County, Senator Tabitha Karoch.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the allocation of Kisima land in Njoro Sub-County, Nakuru County to civil servants.
Honorable Senator, you're reading the wrong statement. Oh, what's the problem?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant on Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the destruction of plants, crops, property by dozens of herds of many buffaloes from Longonot National Park, affecting the residents of Karai, Nyamathi, Mirera, Kiambogo, and Hell's Gate in Naivasha Sub-County, and from Nakuru National Park, affecting Nakuru East Ward residents. The residents of the said areas, whose livelihoods have been negatively affected by the stray buffaloes, have been forced to live in constant fear and cannot leave their houses. The said buffaloes seem to have overwhelmed the Kenya Wildlife Services officers, who have been unable to return the said buffaloes to the parks. This means that the affected residents cannot continue with their livelihoods of daily living due to threats of attacks by the marauding buffaloes. Mr. Speaker, this calls for urgent intervention to order to mitigate the situation and allow the residents to resume their economic activities. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I was coming to work this morning to the Senate, I live in Naivasha, and I found that the herds of the buffaloes, 18 of them, are just straying in the Karai area. In the statement, the committee should address the following. The immediate urgent strategies in place to control the stray buffaloes from further destruction of people's property. The compensation plan by the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife Service for the affected families, as well as the timeliness for the identification and documentation of the affected residents in order. Thank you. I have a problem. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Amida. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the destruction of plants, crops, and property by dozens of herds of stray buffaloes from Longonot National Park, affecting the residents of Karai, Nyamadi, Mirera, Kiambogo, and Hellsgate in Naivasha sub-county, and from Nakuru National Park, affecting Nakuru Eastward residents. Mr. Speaker, sir, the residents of the said areas whose livelihoods have been negatively affected by the stray buffaloes have been forced to live in constant fear and cannot leave their houses. The said buffaloes seem to have overwhelmed the Kenya Wildlife Services officers who have been unable to return and confine the buffaloes to the parks. This means that the affected residents cannot continue with the activities of daily living due to threats of attacks by the marauding buffaloes. Mr. Speaker, this calls for urgent intervention in order to mitigate the situation and allow the residents to resume their economic activities. Mr. Speaker, sir, as the Senator of Nakuru County, I reside in Naivasha, and when I was coming here in the morning, I found an 18 buffaloes, herd of buffaloes straying in the area of Karai. In the statement, the committee should address the following. The immediate urgent strategies in place to control the stray buffaloes from further destruction of people's property. The compensation planned by the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife Service for the affected families, as well as the timeliness for the timelines for the identification and documentation of the affected residents in order to facilitate such compensation. Led by Senator Tabitha Kiroche, Senator for Nakuru County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Omtata. Senator Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir. I have two statements, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I request to read them concurrently. My first statement is on governance, regulatory compliance, and accountability at the Cooperative Insurance Company, that is CIC Group. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, Clause 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization, and Tourism on a matter of national concern regarding governance, regulatory compliance, and accountability at the Cooperative Insurance Company, CIC Group. Mr. Speaker, sir, CIC Group is a major insurer serving millions of Kenyans, especially within the cooperative movement, and its operations have significant national economic and social implications. Reports in the public domain allege systemic irregularities, including excessive commission payments allegedly above insurance regulatory authority limits, conflicts of interest arrangements involving agencies stroke brokerages linked to senior leadership, weak internal controls, and questionable procurement, asset disposal, and related transactions. Further, concerns relate to reports of retaliation against staff who raise fraud or compliance issues, suppression of internal reports, and failure to honor lawful employment obligations and settlement agreements. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the extent of compliance with insurance regulatory authority prescribed commission rates across CIC Group, particularly in respect of SACCO-based and large scheme business portfolios. 2, particulars of agencies, brokerages, and intermediary arrangements, including linkages to persons in senior leadership positions within CIC Group, and recommend appropriate action. 3, the integrity of recruitment, procurement, and asset acquisition and disposal processes within the group, including evidence of undue influence or abuse of office by senior officers.
Just get a copy of it so that I can direct.
4, the adequacy and independence of internal whistleblowing mechanisms, including how reports of fraud or regulatory breaches are handled, and whether there have been instances of retaliation, victimization, or obstruction of oversight processes from 2020 to date. 5, the circumstances surrounding the failure to honor settlement agreements, employment dues, including instances from non-compliance with statutory clearance procedures from 2020 to date, and the governance and accountability implications arising therefrom. 6, measures recommended to safeguard the interests of cooperative members, policyholders, and the wider public. Senator Andrew Mtata, MP, Senator from Busia County, 20th February 2026. My second request for statement is on illegalities surrounding the procurement and restructuring of the Rironi-Nakuru Mau Summit Toll Road project. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, Clause 1, to seek a statement.
Order, Honorable Senator. Senator Tabitha Keroche.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, Clause 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of national concern regarding illegalities surrounding the procurement, restructuring, and concessioning of the Rironi-Nakuru Mau Summit Toll Road project. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Rironi-Nakuru Mau Summit corridor is among the country's most critical transport arteries, linking Nairobi to the Rift Valley and the Western region, and is central to the national economy, regional trade, and public mobility. However, recent revelations concerning the procurement, restructuring, and concessioning of this project indicate that the original PPP contract, which was initially awarded as a single concession, was subsequently split between two foreign contractors in a process intended to avoid prolonged external scrutiny. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the procurement and restructuring processes of the Rironi-Nakuru Mau Summit Toll Road project, including compliance with the Constitution, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, the Public Finance Management Act, and the Access to Information Act, and the Public-Private Partnership Act. 2, whether the Public-Private Partnership Committee approved the restructuring stroke splitting of the concession, including the concession documents, financial models, the key terms and conditions of the restructured split contracts, and the documentary evidence of such approval, including the relevant minutes stroke resolutions. 3, the status of environmental and social approvals following the restructuring, including whether any variation required fresh or updated approvals and compliance measures. 4, the proposed tolling framework, including public participation, undertaken, proposed toll rates, exemptions, if any, escalation or adjustment mechanisms, and the concession duration. 5, measures to ensure transparency, accountability, value for money, and strict adherence in the law in current and future PPP infrastructure projects, including safeguards on contract restructuring and disclosure of material variations. Signed, Senator Andrew Mtato Koiti MP, Senator from Busia, 20th February 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Now, honorable senators, there's a statement that had been sought by the Senator Fernandi, and I had committed that statement to the Standing Committee on Devolution. I now direct that particular statement be directed to the Standing Committee on Land and Natural Resources. Yes, Deputy Party Leader for ODM and the Senator for Vihiga. Order! Order! According to the papers that we have.
Mr. Speaker, indeed I was planning to rise on a point of order over the content of that statement, because the issues raised in that statement are actively being handled by the Committee of CPIC, because they are audit related and financial. And the governor is expected to appear before us on the 2nd of March. So I wanted to raise that concern.
Now, honorable senators, if you look at the contents of our standing orders on the contents of a statement, you cannot seek for a statement on a matter that is actively being pursued by another committee. In that case, I will stand down this statement until we receive the report from CPIC, because we will be investigating the same matters by 2 committees. So I will step it down to allow CPIC to conclude its investigations, and once we receive the report from CPIC, we will then get to know the fate of this particular request. Now, honorable senators, allow me, pursuant to Standing Order 45-2, to rearrange today's order paper. That the statement, immediately the majority leader has concluded his statement, I will rearrange today's order paper and move to order number 8, 9, and 10, 12, and 14, and thereafter we shall resume the normal flow as contained in today's order paper. Majority Leader, you may proceed.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 57-1 to present to the Senate the business for the week commencing Tuesday, the 3rd of March, 2026. Mr. Speaker, during yesterday's afternoon sitting, and I really want to pass my sincere most appreciation to the members of this House who toiled yesterday long and hard to ensure that we transacted very long business. We concluded on about 4 bills and concluded on 2 important statutory instruments. That is the debt medium-term management strategy and the budget policy statement, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your industry. And those reports, Mr. Speaker, I believe are now on their way to the executive for conclusion on those. We were able as well to conclude on a few reports on oversight visits by our various standing committees, like the Committee on Health, which had a report on a visit to, to Wajir County, and the report also of the Energy Committee on sudden business, Mr. Speaker. So I pass my sincere most. If we work like that, colleagues, we shall make this session quite meaningful.
Order, honorable senators. May the majority leader be heard in silence. I know there's some excitement trying to welcome the youth leader in the Senate, but
Mr. Speaker, they should just wake up Mawe and relax. That is enough. Mr. Speaker, we have the following legislative business that is before us. 63 bills that are still pending conclusion, of which 44 are at the second reading stage. 17 are the committee of the whole, and 2 are awaiting first reading. We have 3 motions that are pending conclusion, 18 petitions that are being concluded by the various respective standing committees. We have 445 statements pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 that are under consideration by the respective standing committees. With respect to petitions, out of 18 pending conclusion by the respective standing committees, 17 are due for reporting. The timeline stipulated in Order 238-2 has been exhausted. The breakdown of the committees with petitions that are already due for reporting are the following. The Committee for Health has 1 petition. I can't see Senator Mandago, but I'm sure I've seen the Vice Chair, Senator Mariam Sheikh, who's here. The Standing Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, they have 1 petition. Senator Sige was earlier in the House. The Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, I don't see Senator Murgor, and I'm not very sure who the Vice Chair is. It's Crystal Asige. You guys have 3 petitions that are due for reporting. You need to conclude because citizens are waiting to know what exactly is the finding of Senate with regards to that particular matter. The king of all delays happens to be in the committee chaired by Senator Mohamed Faki, who I don't see in the House. He was here a few minutes ago. Maybe he has just stepped out to pick a call or something. They have 7 petitions, Mr. Speaker. This committee on land, environment and natural resources. I believe they need to do better than what they are doing. And there are various members of that committee who are in the House, including the Vice Chair and the rest. Madam Speaker, it is not right to have 7 petitions due for reporting.
Majority Leader, did you just refer the chair as Madam Speaker?
Did I say that? My apologies. My apologies. I think because there was a madam passing there, Madam Hezena. So forgive me, Mr. Speaker. Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations. I don't see Senator Fatuma Dulo in the House. They have 2 petitions. Senator Eddy is busy, not listening to what I'm saying, while his committee, Mr. Speaker, has 2 petitions. Senator Eddy Okech, you have 3 petitions that are due for reporting. You have delayed in your committee on roads, transportation, and housing. Please expedite, because that's business. You cannot just be dealing with those matters alone. You have other business. I implore upon the stated standing committees to expedite consideration of these petitions and table reports therein. On Tuesday, the 3rd of March 2026, the SBC will meet to consider the business for the week. The tentative business for that week, for that day, will include business that will not have been concluded in today's order paper, as well as business indicated in the notice paper. On the tentative business for morning sitting on Wednesday, the 4th of March, will include questions to the CSs as approved by the SBC, as well as motions and questions. The schedule of questions is to the Agriculture Ministry by Professor Tom Ojienda, Senator for Kisumu, and to the CS for Youth Affairs and the Creative Economy and Sports by Professor Ojienda as well. So those 2 ministers are due to report to the House on their findings on those 2 statements sought by Senator Ojienda. The business for that afternoon will be any business that will not have concluded on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, as well. These are the bills that are the second reading stage. The County Government State Officers Removal from Office Procedure Bill. There's a County Government Amendment Bill, Street Naming and Property Addressing System Bill, County Government Laws Bill, the Energy Amendment Bill, Environment Management and Coordination Bill, the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill. The bills that are the committee of the whole, Mr. Speaker, which include some that are in the order paper today, are the Sports Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 33 of 2024, the Office of the County Attorney Amendment Bill, the Public Fundraisings Appeal Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2024, the Heritage and Museums Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2023, the Environment Laws Amendment Bill 2024, the Statutory Instrument Bill, the Sports Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 45, the County Civic Education Bill, the County Hall of Fame Bill. The projected business for Thursday, 5th of March 2026 will include business not concluded in the order paper for Wednesday, 4th of March 2026, and any other business scheduled by the Senate Business Committee. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and do hereby lay the statement on the table of the Senate.
Thank you, Majority Leader. And as I had already directed, I had rearranged today's order paper. So clerk, proceed to call the order number 8. And thereafter, we will proceed with 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Order number 8, the Mining Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 22 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Mining Act to provide a framework for the utilization of mineral royalties for the benefit of communities where the exploitation of mineral resources occur and for connected purposes. Order number 9, Committee of the Whole, the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2022. Order number 10, Committee of the Whole, the Metrology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023. Order number 11, Committee of the Whole, the Election Offences Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024. Order number 12, Committee of the Whole, the Public Finance Management Amendment number 4 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2024. Order number 14, Committee of the Whole, the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024.
Just read order number 13. Senator Tabitha, I believe we are ready to prosecute order number 13.
Order number 13, Committee of the Whole, the Labor Migration and Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024.
Rise, honorable senators. As we prepare to go to the Committee of the Whole, I just want to remind you that I expect to see all of you tonight in Naivasha, because the program starts very early tomorrow. By 8:30, we ought to have assembled in the conference room, and we're expecting CS Duale at 10 a.m. So please purpose to spend the night in Naivasha so that we start tomorrow in good time. Thank you.
But this one is also
Honorable Senators, you may resume your seats for the committee of the whole. Honorable Senators, we are proceeding on with the committee of the whole to consider order. Senators, can you take your seats? Senator Seki, Senator Abdul, Senator Shakila, please resume your seats, and Minority Leader, please resume your seat. We are starting with consideration of the President's Memorandum on the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2022. Next.
The President's recommendation on Clause 2.
I propose the question that the President's recommendation to delete Clause 2 be approved, and I invite the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health, to explain the meaning, purpose, and effects of the committee's recommendation. Chairperson, Committee, Standing Committee on Health, Senator Mariam, are you the one taking up that?
This was my bill.
Senator Mariam, can you proceed to prosecute these clauses and explain the meaning and purpose and the effect on the recommendation sent to the committee?
Madam Speaker, sir, I propose as per the order paper.
I put the question that the President's recommendation to delete Clause 2 be approved. Division at the end. Next. Cheradigei, what's your problem?
Madam Speaker, you remember I was the co-sponsor of this Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2022. While I have not, Mr. Speaker, I thought you should give guidance in future. I was the co-sponsor because the sponsor was Honorable Rahim Dawood. So I was the co-sponsor and I moved, it was supported. Is it not fair that when the President's recommendation comes, at least as the co-sponsor, I should be made aware? Because the Health Committee did not even invite me when they were considering the presidential recommendations. Maybe you can guide. Thank you.
Senator Cheradigei, that's a valid concern. I believe the chair of a Standing Committee on Health should have invited you to get the feedback that was received from the President. In future, Chairperson on Standing Committee on Health, you should be guided on how you should deal with bills that are sponsored by members in their private capacity as members. Invite them, let them be part of the process and understand the new recommendations. So let's proceed.
The President's recommendations on Clause 3.
I propose a question that the President's recommendation to delete Clause 3 be approved, And I invite the chairperson, Standing Committee on Health, to proceed to explain the meaning, purpose, and effect of the committee's recommendation.
Madam Speaker, I accept as per the order paper.
I put the question that the President's recommendation to delete clause 3 be approved, division at the end. Next.
The President's recommendation on clause 4.
I propose the question that the President's recommendation to delete clause 4 be approved and invite the chairperson, Senator Mariam, to proceed.
Madam Speaker, sir, Madam Speaker, I put a question as recommended to as per the order paper.
I put the question that the President's recommendation to delete clause 4 be approved, division at the end. Next. I now invite the mover to move. Guidance, do you need Senator Chirarige?
Madam Speaker, you know, the reason I'm feeling a lot of pain is like a stillborn baby for my bill, the Cancer Prevention Amendment. Madam Speaker, when you look at Article 115, I want just to enrich the conversation about the presidential assent and referral. Madam Speaker, when you look at Article 115, 3 and 4, and I think the table office should guide us on this, that this matter will be considered by the 2/3 of the National Assembly and 2/3 of the delegation in the Senate, and the appropriate speaker shall within 7 days resubmit to the President if there is a referral of the bill. So I don't know what is the net effect in the deletion of the clauses, because I have just been shown the presidential reservation or memoranda that the deletion of a number of clauses. So what will be the net effect and interpretation of Article 115 where we have considered? And if we don't reach 2/3 of the delegations of the Senate, does it mean the presidential reservations falls by the sword and therefore my amendment stands? Or does it mean that if the 2/3 is not, let's assume, Madam Speaker, that 2/3 is achieved in National Assembly, but 2/3 is not achieved in the Senate. What is the net implication when we don't rise up to 2/3? Does it mean my amendments will continue being alive? Because it means the presidential reservation and referral has not been acted to by Article 115 of the Constitution. Maybe, Speaker, you can give a ruling now, or maybe I can wait for a well-written ruling at any given opportunity. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Chiradige. I think as a basic rule, if 2/3 is not achieved, you know what you happen to the recommendation or to the proposal, ideally. So I don't think that should serve to stop the process of the committee of whole. So we proceed because the guidelines are well laid out under the standing orders and, of course, the overarching principles in the Constitution. So we proceed on, and I want to invite the mover to proceed to move this bill.
Madam Chair, Pursuant to Standing Order 153, I beg to move that the Committee of Whole do report to the Senate consideration of the President's Memorandum on the Cancer Prevention and the Control Bill, Senate Control Bill, National Assembly number 445 of 2022. Thank you.
I put the question that the Committee of the Whole do report to the Senate its consideration of the President's Memorandum on the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2022. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Let's proceed on with the Labor, Migration and Management number 2 bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024. Let's reorganize that and wait for a few minutes for certain preparation to be done by the clerk. Let's proceed to the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023. Thank you. Honorable Senators, we are now considering the National Assembly amendments to the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023. Clerk.
National Assembly amendments to Clause 7.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendments to Clause 7 be approved. And I invite the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources to explain the meaning, purpose and effects of the committee's recommendation. Chair, proceed. Mohammed, Senator Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I propose that the bill be amended by deleting the words shall and shall come into effect operation on such a date as the Cabinet Secretary may by notice in the Gazette appoint. Clause 7. I move that the Clause 7 be amended as per the order paper.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendments to Clause 7 be approved. Division at the end. Next.
National Assembly amendments to Clause 12.
Madam Chair, I move that...
I propose the question. Just hold on,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Resume your seat. We'll call you. I propose the question that the National Assembly amendments to Clause 12 be approved and invite the Chairperson to move.
Madam Chair, I move that Clause 7 be amended as provided for in the order paper.
It is not Clause 7, it
Clause
is
12.
Clause 12.
Sorry.
Can you
Clause-
repeat? Can you move it again?
Madam Chair, I propose that Clause 12 be amended as per the order paper.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendments to Clause 12 be approved. Division at the end. Next.
National Assembly amendments to Clause 19.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendments to Clause 19 be approved. Chairperson, Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources, Senator Mohammed.
Madam Chair, I move that Clause 19 be amended as provided for in the order paper.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 19 be approved, division at the end. Next.
National Assembly amendments to clause 38.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendments to clause 38 be approved and invite the chairperson, Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources, Senator Mohammed.
Madam Chair, I move that clause 38 be amended as provided for in the order paper.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 38 be approved, division at the end. Next.
National Assembly amendments to clause 53.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendments to clause 53 be approved. Invite the chairperson, Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources, to move this motion.
Madam Chair, I move that clause 53 be amended as provided for in the order paper.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendments to clause 53 be approved, division at the end. Next.
National Assembly amendments to introduce a new clause 43A.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendments to introduce a new clause 43A be amended and invite Senator be approved and invite Senator Mohammed to proceed and move.
Madam Chair, I move that new clause 43 be amended as provided for, 43A be amended as provided for in the order paper. Thank you.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendments to introduce a new clause 43A be approved, division at the end. Next.
National Assembly amendments to clause 1.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendments to clause 1 be approved and invite the chairperson, Senator Mohammed, to move.
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 1 be amended as provided for in the order paper.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendments to clause 1 be approved, division at the end. Next. We are done with canvassing the clauses in that bill, and division is at the end. I invite the mover, chairperson, to move this bill.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, and its approval thereof with the amendments.
Can you move it in the right way, seeking leave to sit again tomorrow?
Okay. Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
I put the question that the Committee of the Whole do report on its consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. We are done with that bill. We are proceeding to the third bill, which is consideration of the National Assembly amendment to the Elections Offences Amendment number 2 bill. Senator Manzo, don't exit the House. We are considering the National Assembly amendments to the Election Offences Amendment number 2 bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024. And I'm inviting the clerk to call out the clauses.
National Assembly amendments to clause 2.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendments to delete clause 2 be approved. And I invite the chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, represented by Senator Manzo, to move.
Can I have the dispatch? Thank you. National Assembly amendments to clause 2. I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to delete clause 2 be approved. The chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, to explain the meaning, purpose and effect of the committee's recommendation. Now, the explanation is, clause 2 of the bill be amended by A, deleting paragraph A and substituting thereof of the following new paragraph. A, in paragraph H, by inserting the words or unreasonably delays immediately after the word fails. And then B, deleting paragraph C and substituting thereof the following new paragraph. C, by inserting the following new paragraphs immediately after paragraph M. N, conducts or holds an election in a polling station which has not been published in the Gazette and publicized through electronic and print media of national circulation and other easily accessible medium. O, knowingly or intentionally interferes or alters declared results, or knowingly or intentionally causes another person to interfere with or alter declared results. Clause 4, the bill be amended by deleting clause 4. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendments to clause 2 be approved. Division at the end. Next.
National Assembly amendment to clause 4.
I propose the question that the National Assembly amendment to delete clause 4 be approved. And I invite the chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, to explain the meaning, purpose, and effects of the committee's recommendation. Senator Manzo, representing Senator Sigei.
Chair, clause 4, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 4.
I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to delete clause 4 be approved. Division at the end.
Chair.
Hold. I now invite the mover to move this motion.
Chair, Honorable Chairperson, pursuant to Standing Order 153, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole do report to the Senate its consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Election Offences Amendment Bill number 2, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
I put the question that the Committee of the Whole do report to the Senate its consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Elections Election Offences Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. We are moving to the next bill in a few minutes. We are proceeding on with the Public Finance Management Amendment number 4 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2024. I want to invite the clerk to call out the clauses.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill, and I want to invite the chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, to proceed and move.
Madam Speaker, I propose that clause 2 of the bill be amended by inserting the following new paragraph immediately after paragraph A. That is by inserting the following subsection immediately after subsection 7, which talks about, notwithstanding subsection 7, Parliament may, by resolution, extend this time for consideration of the budget policy statement by a further 7 days. Madam Speaker, you've noted as a committee over time, because this is an annual process, at times there's a bit of delay from the different stakeholders through the different committees, and so it was a proposal by the committee that we just give it a bit of 7 working days. I submit.
I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Division at the end next.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Division at the end next.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. And I invite the chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, Senator Tabitha, proceed.
Once again, thank you, Madam Chair. As a committee, we thought that clause 4 of the bill be amended in paragraph A by inserting the following new paragraph, which will be immediately after paragraph EB, which talks about the Public Finance Management Act of Section 23, herein referred to as the Principal Act, is of the cap amended in Section 23 by deleting the words 3 months, appearing immediately after the words not later in subsection 1, and substituting therefore with the word 2 months. We did it, Madam Speaker, so as to be a bit more precise with the time period. 1B, Madam Speaker, still in clause 4, the Principal Act is amended in Section 24, in section 2410 by deleting the words 3 months, appearing immediately after the cap, and then starting not later, and ensuring that it's substituted by 2 months. Madam Speaker, I submit.
I propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed, division at the end. Next.
New clause 1A.
I invite the mover to move the new clause 1A.
I propose that the new clause 1A be read a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 1A be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 1A be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 1B.
Mover, please take it up. Senator Tabitha.
Madam Speaker, I propose that the question new clause 1B be now also be read a second time.
I propose the question that new clause 1B be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 1B be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 3A.
Mover, Senator Tabitha, please move this clause.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 3A, Madam Speaker, Section 68 of the Principal Act is amended in Section 2 by deleting the word 3 months appearing immediately after the words year within in paragraph K and substituting therefore the words 2 months. And Madam Speaker, B, subsection 4, by inserting the words the Auditor General and Article 229 of the Constitution immediately after the words of the Constitution appearing in the introductory phrase, by also inserting the words Auditor General immediately after the words National Treasury in paragraph B, and by inserting, lastly, part C, the following subsection immediately after subsection 4. 4A, an accounting officer who does not implement the recommendations made under section 4 shall be liable to the penalty provided under section 199.
I propose the question that the new clause 3A be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3A be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 3B.
I invite the mover, Senator Tabitha, to move the new clause.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Principal Act is amended in Section 80 of Section 80, deleting the words 4 months, appearing immediately after 80 after the word not later in subsection 4 and substituting therefore the words 2 months.
I propose the question that new clause 3B be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3B be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 3C.
The mover, please move this clause.
Thank you. This Principal Act is amended in Section 81 by deleting the words 3 months appearing immediately after the words not later than in subsection 4 and substituting the words 2 months.
I propose the question that new clause 3C be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3C be now read a second time, division at the end.
New clause 3D.
3D, the Principal Act is amended in Section 82 by deleting the words 3 months appearing immediately after the words not later than in subsection 3 and substituting therefore the words 2 months, and B, by deleting the words 3 months appearing immediately after the words not later than in the subsection 4 and substituting therefore the words 2 months.
I propose the question that new clause 3D be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3D be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 3E.
Mover, can you please move the clause, the new clause 3E?
Subsection 94 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 1A by inserting the following new paragraph immediately after the paragraph 2, that is, has persistently delayed or failed to remit employee salaries, statutory deductions including taxes, pension, social health insurance, or cooperative societies deduction.
I propose the question that new clause 3E be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3E be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 3F.
Mover, please take up that new clause and move it.
Section 109 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting the following new subsections immediately after cap section 7. 7A, a county shall every quarter submit the following additional documents to the Control of Budget and the National Treasury. A statement of statutory deduction status, a statement of the county government's progress in implementing previous year's plans for paying its outstanding statutory deduction. C, a certification of payment of previous statutory deductions issued by the relevant statutory institutions. And D, a statement of the county government's plan for repaying the statutory deductions, which shall be accompanied by an agreement signed by the relevant statutory institution accepting the repayment plan.
I propose the question that new clause 3F be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3F be now read a second time. Division at the end. Next, I invite the mover. Oh, sorry. Read out the clause first, clerk.
New clause 3G.
Mover, Senator Tabitha, please move the clause.
3G, the Principal Act is amended in subsection 115 of the section, deleting the words 3 months, appearing immediately after the words not later than in subsection 1, and substituting therefore the words 2 months.
I propose a question that new clause 3G be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3G be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 3H.
I invite the mover, Senator Tabitha.
The Principal Act is amended in section 1167 by deleting the word 3 months, appearing immediately after the words not later than in paragraph B, and substituting therefore the words 2 months.
I propose the question that new clause 3H be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3H be now read a second time. Division at the end. Next.
New clause 3I.
Senator Tabitha.
Subsection 117 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 1 by deleting the expression by the 28th February, appearing immediately after the words County Assembly, and substituting therefore the expression by the 7th of March. B, in subsection 6 by deleting the words 14, appearing immediately after the words not later than, and substituting therefore the words 21.
I propose the question that new clause 3I be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3I be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 3J.
Senator Tabitha, please move that clause.
Subsection 129 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 2A by deleting the words except the finance bill, appearing immediately after the words implement the budget.
I propose the question that new clause 3J be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3J be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 3K.
Senator Tabitha, please move that clause.
Section 131 of the Principal Act is amended by deleting subsection 2 and substituting therefore the following subsection 2. The County Executive Committee member for Finance shall submit to the County Assembly on or before 30th April the County Finance Bill, setting out the revenue measures for the county government, together with a policy statement expounding measures on those measures. B, by inserting the following new subsections immediately after subsection 2. 2A, upon submission of the County Finance Bill, under subsection 1, the relevant committee of the County Assembly shall introduce the bill in the County Assembly. 2B, the recommendation of the County Executive Committee, member of the Finance, shall be included in a report of the committee and tabled in the County Assembly. And 2C, the County Assembly shall consider and pass the County Finance Bill in time for it to be presented for assent by 30th June each year. Madam Speaker, this is a serious emphasis, especially to all the 47 county assemblies, that the County Assembly shall consider and pass the County Finance Bill in time for it to be presented for assent by 30th June each year. Thank you.
I propose a question that new clause 3K be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3K be now read a second time, division at the end. Next, and I invite the mover to move the clause. Oh, okay, first read.
3L, Madam Speaker, the Principal Act is amended
Just
by...
hold it. Wait for
repealing.
the clerk to call out the clause.
New clause 3L.
Senator Tabitha, you may now proceed.
The Principal Act is amended by repealing Section 113. Yeah,
have you finished?
Yes, I have, Madam Speaker.
I propose the question that new clause 3L be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3L be now read a second time, division at the end. And Senator Tabitha, can you approach the chair for a minute before we proceed on? Next.
New clause 3M.
Senator Tabitha, you may proceed to.
Thank you,
move
Madam
clause.
Speaker. As per the order paper.
Approach the chair. Next.
New clause 3M.
Senator Tabitha Mutinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that clause 3M be proposed as per the order paper. Be amended as per the order paper.
Be now read a second time as per the order paper.
Be now read a second time as per the order paper.
I propose the question that new clause 3M be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3M be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 3O.
And N.
New clause 3N.
Senator Tabitha Mutinda, can you move that?
I beg to move that clause 3N be now read a second time as per the order paper.
I propose the question that new clause 3N be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3N be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 3O.
Senator Mutinda.
I beg to move that clause 3O be now read a second time as per the order paper.
I propose the question that new clause 3O be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3O be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 3P.
Senator Mutinda.
I beg to move that clause 3P be now read a second time as per the order paper.
I propose the question that new clause 3P be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3P be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 3Q.
Senator Tabitha Mutinda.
I beg to move that clause 3Q be now read a second time as per the order paper.
I propose the question that new clause 3Q be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3Q be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 3R.
Senator Tabitha Mutinda, proceed.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that clause 3R be now read a second time as proposed in the order paper.
I propose the question that new clause 3R be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3R be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
The title and clause 1.
I propose the question that the title and clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that the title and the clause be part of the bill, division at the end.
It was for finance.
Senator Wakoli, can you approach the chair, please? I now invite the mover, Senator Wafula Wakoli, to move the amendments in the Public Finance Management Amendment number 4 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2024. Senator Wakoli, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will request the volumes to be lowered. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that person to Standing Order 153. I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole to report to the Senate its consideration of the Public Finance Management Amendment number 4 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2024, and seek to leave to sit again tomorrow.
I put the question that the Committee of the Whole do report to the Senate its consideration of the Public Finance Management Amendment number 4 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2024, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. We are proceeding to the final bill. Is it the final? To the next bill.
I thought there are 3 more. Tobacco na labor. Labor zini Mutinda hapa.
We are proceeding on to the Labor Migration and Management number 2, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024, and I want to invite the clerk to read out the clauses.
Clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
I propose the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 be part of the bill, division at the end. Next.
Clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
I propose a question that clauses 11, 12, kindly consult senators. Senators, can you consult in low tones, please? I propose a question that clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 be part of the bill. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 18.
I propose a question that clause 18 be part of the bill, and I invite the mover to move this amendment, the chairperson, Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, Senator Crystal Asige. Please move this.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg to move, Speaker, Chair, that Clause 18 be amended as proposed in the order paper.
I put the question that Clause 18. I propose the question that Clause 18 be amended as proposed. I put the question that Clause 18 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that Clause 19 be part of the bill and invite the mover to move this amendment, Senator Christo, for Chairperson Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that Clause 19 be amended as proposed in the order paper.
I propose the question that Clause 19 be amended as proposed. I put the question that Clause 19 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 20.
I propose the question that Clause 20 be part of the bill and invite the mover, Senator Christo Asige, to move this amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that Clause 20 be amended as proposed in the order paper.
I propose the question that Clause 20 be amended as proposed. I put the question that Clause 20 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. Next.
Clauses 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25.
I propose the question that Clauses 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25 be part of the bill. I put the question that Clauses 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25 be part of the bill. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 26.
I propose the question that Clause 26 be part of the bill and invite the mover, Senator Christo, to move this amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that Clause 26 be amended as in the order paper.
I propose the question that Clause 26 be amended as proposed. I put the question that Clause 26 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. Next.
Clauses 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36.
I propose the question that Clauses 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36 be part of the bill. I put the question that Clauses 27, 28, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36 be part of the bill. Division at the end. Next.
Clauses 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42.
I propose the question that clauses 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 43.
I propose the question that Clause 43 be part of the bill and invite Senator Christo Asige to move the amendment.
Chair, I beg to move that Clause 43 be amended as proposed in the order paper.
I propose the question that Clause 43 be amended as proposed. I put the question that Clause 43 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. Next.
Clauses 44, 45, 46, 47, and 48.
I propose the question that clauses 44, 45, 46, 47, and 48 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 44, 45, 46, 47, and 48 be part of the bill. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 49.
I propose the question that Clause 49 be part of the bill and invite Senator Christo Asige to move this amendment on behalf of Chairperson, Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that Clause 49 be amended as proposed in the order paper.
I propose the question that Clause 49 be amended as proposed. I put the question that Clause 49 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. Next.
The schedule.
No.
Clause 50 and 51.
I propose the question that Clause 50 and 51 be part of the bill. I put the question that Clauses 50 and 51 be part of the bill. Division at the end. Next.
The schedule.
I propose the question that the schedule be part of the bill. I put the question that the schedule be part of the bill. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 2, the title, and Clause 1.
I I propose the question that clause 2, the title, and clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 2, the title, and clause 1 be part of the bill, division at the end. I invite the mover, Senator Tabitha Mutinda, to move this bill.
I move that Honorable Chairperson
approach the chair.
I proceed? Okay. I move that Honorable Chairperson, pursuant to Standing Order 153, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the Labor Migration and Management Bill number 2, Senate Bill number 42 of 2024, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
I put the question that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the Labor Migration and Management number 2 bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. We are proceeding on to the Committee of Whole on the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024. And I want to invite the clerk to call out the clauses.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. And I invite the amendment to be moved by Senator Catherine Muma.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 3 be amended as per the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill and invite the chairperson, Standing Committee on Health, Senator Mariam, to move the amendment.
Madam Chair, I propose the clause 4 to be amended as per the order paper.
There is a further amendment by Senator Muma under clause 4. Senator Muma, you have a proposal.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that a further amendment to clause 4, that clause 4 be further amended as per the order paper.
So, Senator Muma and Senator Mariam, yeah, they've agreed. Okay. I propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed and as harmonized by the chair and the mover of this bill. And I put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed and harmonized by the chair and the mover of this bill. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 5 be part of the bill division at the end. Next.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill and invite Senator Catherine Muma to move the amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 6 be amended as per the order paper.
There is a further proposal for amendment by the chairperson on Standing Committee on Health on clause 6. I am informed you are withdrawing that proposal. Can you then, can you proceed?
Madam Chair, I propose to withdraw this amendment of the clause 6. And the only difference in the word is undertaking the opposition opposed to conduct. So I withdraw as a committee.
Thank you. The Secretariat notes the withdrawal. So next clause, I propose a question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the mover. As agreed with the chair of the Committee of Health, and I put the question that clause 6 be amended as harmonized between the chair and the move of this bill. Next clause.
Clause 7.
I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill and invite the chairperson Standing Committee on Health to move the amendments.
Madam Chair, clause 7 to be amended as per order paper.
Is a further amendment on this clause by Senator Kathy Moma.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 7 be further amended as per the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed, division at the end. Next.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill and invite the mover, Senator Catherine Muma, to move this amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 8 be amended as per the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed, division at the end. Next.
Clause 9.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 9 be part of the bill, division at the end. Next.
Clause 10.
I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill and invite Senator Catherine Muma to move the amendment.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 10 be amended as per the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed, division at the end. Next.
Clause 11.
I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill and invite Senator Catherine Muma to move the amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 11 be amended as per the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed, division at the end. Next.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill and invite Senator Catherine Muma to move this amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 12 be amended as per the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed, division at the end. Next.
Clause 13.
I propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 13 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill, and I invite Senator Catherine Muma to move this amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I propose that clause 14 be amended as per the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed. Division at the end next.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill and invite Senator Catherine Muma to move this amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 15 be amended as per the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. Division at the end next.
Clause 16.
I propose the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. Division at the end next.
Clause 16.
17.
Sorry, clause 17, sorry.
I propose the question that clause 17 be part of the bill and invite Senator Catherine Muma to proceed.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 17 be amended as per the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. Division at the end next.
New clause 2A.
I propose the question that new clause 2A be part of the bill and invite Senator Catherine Muma to move this second reading of this.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 2A be now read a second time.
There is a further amendment by the committee, so I invite the chairperson, Standing Committee on Health, Senator Mariam, stepping in for the chairperson. Please proceed.
Madam Chair, the new clause 2A to be read second term. Thank you.
I propose the question that the new clause 2A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 2A be now read a second time next. Division at the end.
New clause 3A.
I propose a question that new clause 3A be part of the bill and call upon Senator Catherine Muma to move this amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 3A be read a second time.
I propose the question that new clause 3A be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 3A be now read a second time. Division at the end next.
New clause 5A.
I propose the question that the new clause 5A be part of the bill and call upon the chairperson, Standing Committee on Health, Senator Mariam, to move the second reading of this clause.
Honorable Chair, a new clause 5A to be read a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 5A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 5A be now read a second time. Division at the end next.
New clause 6A.
I propose the question that the new clause 6A be part of the bill and invite Senator Catherine Muma to move this amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 6A be read a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 6A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 6A be now read a second time. Division at the end next.
New clause 8A.
I propose the question that the new clause 8A be part of the bill and invite Senator Catherine Muma to move this amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 8A be read a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 8A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 8A be now read a second time. Division at the end next.
New clause 12A.
I propose a question that the new clause 12A be part of the bill and invite Senator Catherine Muma to move the amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 12A be now read a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 12A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 12A be now read a second time. Division at the end next.
New clause 16A.
I propose a question that the new clause 16A be part of the bill and invite Senator Catherine Muma to move this amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 16A be read a second time.
There is a further amendment by the committee, so I invite the chairperson, Senator Mariam, to move this amendment.
Madam Chair, I propose to move a new clause 16A to be read second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 16A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 16A be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
New clause 18.
I propose the question that the new clause 18 be part of the bill and invite Senator Catherine Muma to move this amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 18 be now read a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 18 be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 18 be now read a second time, division at the end.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill and invite Senator Catherine Muma to move this amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 2 be amended as per the order paper.
There is a further amendment to this clause. Can Senator Mariam move this further amendment?
Chairperson, the new clause 2 to be amended as per order paper.
I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. Next.
New clause 1A.
I propose the question that new clause 1A be part of the bill and invite Senator Kathy Muma to move this amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 1A be now read a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 1A be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 1A be now read a second time. Division at the end. Next.
The title.
I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. I put the question that the title be part of the bill. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. And I now call upon the mover to move.
New clause 1.
Approach, Senator Kathy, can you approach the desk?
Honorable Chairperson, pursuant to Standing Order 153, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
I put the question that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024, and its approval thereof, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Senators, we are now moving to the last bill in the Committee of the Whole. This is not too long, so keep your energies up. We are going to the county government's election laws, Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024, and I request the clerk to call out the clauses.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill and invite the mover to move this amendment. This is the Chairperson Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. Standing in is Senator Manzo.
Chair, Clause 2, I propose the question that Clause 2 be part of the bill, and then
approach the chair.
Chair, on behalf of the Chair Committee of Justice, I propose that the bill be amended as proposed in the order paper.
I propose the question that Clause 2 be amended as proposed. I put the question that Clause 2 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that Clause 3 be part of the bill and invite Senator Manzo to move this amendment.
I propose that the bill be amended as proposed. Clause 3, sorry. I propose that Clause 3 be amended as proposed in the order paper.
I propose the question that Clause 3 be amended as proposed. I put the question that Clause 3 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. Next.
The title and Clause 1.
That's okay, Senator Manzo. I propose the question that the title and Clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that the title and Clause 1 be part of the bill, division at the end. Thank you. I now call upon the mover of this bill, Senator Crystal, to move the committee to report.
I don't have the soft copy. You've not handed it to me yet? Thank you, Chair. Chair, I beg to move that the County Government Election Laws number 2 of 2024 pardon me, can I take that again, Chair? Thank you.
Please, you can take it again.
Okay. Honourable Chairperson, pursuant to Standing Order 153, I beg to move that the committee of the whole do report on its consideration of the County Government Election Laws number 2, Senate Bill number 2 of 2024, and seek leave, to sit again tomorrow.
I put the question that the Committee of the Whole do report to the Senate its consideration of the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, we are done with the Committee of Whole.
Madam Speaker,
come guide me. Honourable Senators, I have a communication to make about a visiting delegation from the Mombasa Youth Council. Honourable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation of youth leaders from Mombasa Youth Council. The delegation is in the Senate on a courtesy call to Senator Miraj Abdullahi MP. Honourable Senators, Mombasa Youth Council is a youth-led, non-partisan representative body that brings together young people from across all the 30 wards of Mombasa County through their elected youth MCS, providing a unified and legitimate voice for youth in governance and development. The Council promotes meaningful youth participation in decision-making while upholding leadership, accountability, and inclusivity. Honourable Senators, MYC operates under 4 key thematic areas: youth leadership and policy advocacy, education, arts and innovation, health and social well-being, and climate and environmental action. Through these pillars, the Council works closely with the county and national government, civil society, and development partners to empower young people, strengthen social cohesion, and advance sustainable youth-led solutions for Mombasa County. Honourable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit and to thank them for the patience. We wanted you to sit into a session that is not usually, does not usually seem attractive to the media, but when we are actually doing the making of the law. So we are glad that you were able to sit in during this session, and we thank you for your patience. I'd like to invite Senator Miraj to welcome them, and Senator Faki as well will have 2 minutes to welcome. Thank you. And Senator Crystal Asige. We have the 3 senators from Mombasa. Each 2 minutes, please, to welcome the delegation. Thank you.
Nikushukuru Bispika kwa kuweza kuwatambua vijana wetu maridadi ambao wameelimika na ambao wametuheshimisha kama gatuzi ya Mombasa. Fursa hii kwenu nyinyi, uwepo wenu hapa si uwepo tu wa kuja kuonekana mumefika, bali ni uwepo wa matumaini na uwajibikaji kwa vijana ambao wamebaki kule Mombasa. Niwapongeze kwa kazi nzuri ambao mumeendelea kuifanya. Lakini pia niwakumbushe ya kwamba viongozi vijana si viongozi wa kesho ama baadaye, ni viongozi wa sasa na ni viongozi wa leo. Hivyo basi mna jukumu katika mabega yenu ya kuweza kuwa kielelezo chema kwa wale ambao wamebaki kule nyuma. Na waomba msichoke kutuwajibisha, msichoke kutusukuma, na msichoke kutuuliza maswali ambapo mnaona mambo yanakwenda yombo. Muko hapa sio kuonekana, bali muko hapa kwa sababu demokrasia na katiba yetu ya Kenya imewatambua. Jumba hili la Seneti ni mahali ambapo sheria zinabuniwa, sheria zinalazimishwa kutekelezwa, na pia pale ambapo uwajibikaji haufanyiki tunasukuma. Na tunaushukuru muongozo mzuri ambao mumewaonesha wenzenu kule nje. Nadhani mumeyaona yale ambayo yameendelea hapa kwa jisaji moja ambalo mumekaa na sisi. Na waomba muwe mabalozi wa yale mazuri ambao mumeyaona hapa. Na pindi mtakaporudi katika jumba hili, basi msirudi tu kama watazamaji, bali murudi kama viongozi, maseneta na wengine niwaone kule National Assembly, kwa sababu najua mwito wenu ni kuwatayarisha vijana kuwa viongozi katika taifa hili la Kenya. Asante sana Bispika.
Senator Crystal.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity to welcome Mombasa Youth Council to the Senate. My name is Crystal Asige, nominated, of course, to represent 001, Mombasa County. And I would like to also extend a welcome to the group. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for being patient, as has been said earlier. People don't usually understand, especially young people sometimes maybe don't engage in this part of lawmaking. It needs a lot of patience. It needs a lot of collaborative work. It needs a lot of specificity and conciseness. And this is why we take our time to do what we do here in the Senate. And you can rest assured that your representatives from Mombasa, who you have come to see here today alongside others, including Senator Miraj and our elected Senator Faki, we are doing, including myself, doing our very best to represent Mombasa in the best way possible for yourselves and also for our families that we are here to fight for in terms of the law. I also want to, as the Speaker has said, emphasize that just like your pillars, from innovation to art to digital technology, there is a space here for all of you. Every one of you has a different passion that you can bring to the country at this national level and even at the county level if you so wish to take that route. But know that in your diversity and with all of the skills that you are acquiring at Mombasa Youth Council, please hold on to them, nurture them, grow them, and bring them to the Senate in future. And we will be here to support in any way that we can. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Senator Faki.
Asante Speaker pia kwa kunipa fursa kuwakaribisha vijana kutoka Youth Council ya Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Speaker, Mombasa imekuwa katika kilele cha mambo ya kuweza kuwapa vijana uongozi. Na wiki mbili zilizokwisha tuliapisha Kenya Youth Assembly kule Mombasa, ambapo Youth Assembly inawakilishi kutoka kila ward na wanachaguliwa kwa demokrasia kupitia mipango yao. Kwa hivyo nimefurahi kwamba leo tumepokea vijana kutoka Mombasa na tunawashukuru kwamba wameweza kuacha wakati wao kuja katika bunge hili kuweza kuja kujifunza na kusoma. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningesema tu kwamba hii ni njia moja ya kuweza kufanya ile ambayo tunaita mentorship kwa vijana wetu, na vile vile pia kusoma yale mambo ambayo viongozi wanafanya, kwa sababu wengine huona kwamba viongozi hawana majukumu yote, lakini wameweza kuona leo kwamba tuko hapa sisi wawakilishi wa kaunti ya Mombasa, gatuzi la Mombasa, na kila mtu ameweza kufanya kazi yake ambayo alikuwa amepangiwa kufanya jioni ya leo. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nawatakia kila laheri, na yale ambao wameweza kusoma hapa waweze kuyatumia katika shughuli zao za kila siku, na vile vile pia kujenga taswira ambayo itasaidia kaunti ya Mombasa na Kenya kwa jumla kuleta viongozi bora wa siku za usoni. Asante Bi Speaker.
Honorable Senators, we are now going to reporting after the committee of the whole. I'd like to invite the chairperson to report on the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the President's Memorandum on the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2022, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow.
A mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Thank you.
Who's seconding?
Senator Tabitha.
Madam Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We are now moving on to the Meteorological Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the National Assembly amendments to the Meteorological Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report, and invite Senator Miraj to second the motion.
I second.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next, we move on to the Election Offences Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the National Assembly amendments to the Election Offences Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I do ask Senator Sige to second.
Thank you, Speaker. I second as moved.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next, we move to the Public Finance Management Amendment number 4, Bill, National Assembly, Bills number 45 of 2024. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Public Finance Management Amendment number 4 Bill, Senate National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2024, and 6 leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report.
Seconder.
I request Madam Senator Crystal to second.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I do second as moved.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next is the Labor, Migration and Management number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Labor, Migration and Management number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024, and 6 leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover. It's you. The mover.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report and request Senator Crystal to second.
Give her the mic.
Thank you very much, Speaker. That's what I was waiting for. I do second as moved.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We now move on to the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
A mover.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate do agree with the committee on the said report. Madam Veronica.
Seconder. Madam Veronica will second.
Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, I second as moved.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question that the Senate do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We now move to the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on its said report and request Senator David Wakoli to second.
Honorable Speaker, I ably second.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, we will now go back to the statements, and I'd like to call upon Senator Faki to read your statements.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of inter-county concern regarding the rampant and unplanned urban development in the counties. Madam Speaker, since 2013, counties have witnessed a surge in construction of residential and commercial properties. These developments have not been properly regulated and have brought about an urban planning and infrastructure crisis, particularly in Nairobi, Mombasa, Kiambu, Nakuru, Kisumu, and Uasin Gishu counties, where the existing emergency response facilities, road networks, water supply and sewerage systems are overstretched and unable to keep pace with the rising population. Madam Speaker, in the statement, the committee should address the following. Number one, the number of counties that have developed and gazetted up-to-date county spatial plans and local physical and land use development plans as required by law, and the extent to which the plans are enforced in those counties. Number two, the number of physical planners, engineers, environmental officers, and building inspectors employed by the Nairobi, Mombasa, Kiambu, Nakuru, Kisumu, and Uasin Gishu county governments, and the measures in place to ensure progressive realization of the required staffing levels for effective service delivery. Number three, the steps being taken by the specified county governments to accelerate development and expansion of emergency response facilities, road networks, water supply, sewage, and other critical urban infrastructure systems to match the growing urban population. Number four, the measures in place to address the increasing incidence of unregulated sinking of boreholes in urban centers, especially without prior geological, hydrogeological assessments, which are necessary to ensure that the structural integrity of the surrounding ground and buildings is not compromised. Madam Speaker, the house in Mombasa, which was demolished sometime last year, collapsed as a result of failure in the geological assessments by the county government. Number five, the prevailing practice and procedures for approving change of use of parcels of land in the specified counties, including whether procedures comply with the statutory provisions in the change of use processes. Number six, the steps taken by the national government and the specified county governments to identify and reclaim land designated for road reserves, wayleaves, and service corridors, open spaces, parks, and urban forests, and green belts, as well as road and riparian reserves that have been encroached upon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Senator Mohamed Faki Munyihaji, Senator Mombasa County.
Senator Mwenda Gataya, more fire.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the inadequacy of public facilities in Mukodima Sub-County in Tharaka Nithi County. Madam Speaker, Article 43.1a of the Constitution of Kenya guarantees every citizen right to the highest attainable standard of health, including reproductive health care. However, Mukodima Sub-County in Tharaka Nithi County continues to face serious challenges due to lack of adequate public health facilities, with most residents relying on dispensaries that lack functional maternal and child health units. As a result, expectant mothers are forced to travel long distances to access comprehensive maternal health care services, limiting their access to emergency obstetric care and skilled birth attendants, and exposing mothers and newborns to preventable health risk, thereby contributing to increased maternal and infant mortality rates in the region. Madam Speaker, in the statement, the committee should address the following: the budgetary allocation for the establishment of a modern public facility in Mukodima Sub-County for the 2025-2026 financial year, and the measures being undertaken to expedite the construction of the facility, including the projected outlines for commencement and completion of the projects. But two, Madam Speaker, whether there are any plans to collaborate with the private sector partners and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, in the construction and development of a modern public health facility in the same sub-county. Number three, Madam Speaker, the committee should also look at the interim measures and alternative mechanisms currently in place to address the health care needs of expectant mothers and other vulnerable groups arising from the lack of adequate public facilities, and whether there are plans to upgrade the existing dispensaries in Tharaka Nithi County to enhance the quality, accessible, and the scope of health care services available to local residents. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is Senator Mwenda Gataya, Senator Tharaka Nithi County. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, we will defer the statements by Senator Mondigi on number 10 and 11, and also the one by Senator Professor Tom Ojienda at 12. And we will now reorganize the order of business and move on to order number 22.
Order number 22, the Agriculture Produce Minimum Guaranteed Returns Bill, Senate Bills number 17 of 2025, second reading.
Senator Veronica.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Agriculture Produce Minimum Guaranteed Returns Bill 2025 be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks to establish a statutory framework through which county governments guarantee farmers a minimum return on selected agricultural produce. The intent is to stabilize farmers' income, cushion against market volatility, and promote food security. Honorable Speaker, if you have listened to the conversation we have been having in Kenya, because of the drought situation, we are very clear that we have not yet achieved this position of indicating Kenya is now food secure. So the purpose of this bill has those three intents and those three objectives. Stabilize the farmer's income so that when farmers invest in farming and in agriculture, they do not incur losses, Honorable Speaker. That we can achieve a position like what has been achieved in the United States and other developed jurisdictions of cushioning the farmers against certain eventualities, Honorable Speaker, including an income that is unstable, Honorable Speaker. We want to reach a situation where we can assure our farmers that when they walk into a bank to seek a facility to support agriculture, investment in agriculture, it will become more predictable and more easy for our farmers to say that if they seek a facility from the banks or from financial institutions, they are able to repay those facilities, Honorable Speaker, and they are also able to earn an income from it, and we can assure our population that we are food secure in our nation. Honorable Speaker, if we are to scan through the Kenya Vision 2030, it has identified agriculture as one of the key sectors to deliver a 10% annual economic growth rate. This is in recognition of the fact that the agriculture industry has for many years formed the backbone of Kenya's economy. The sector contributes to more than 20% of Kenya's gross domestic product, GDP. In addition, the sector contributes more than 60% of the total export earnings and about 45% of government revenue, while providing for most of Kenya's food requirement. The sector is estimated, Honorable Speaker, to have a further indirect contribution of nearly 27% of GDP through linkages with manufacturing, distribution, and other service-related sectors. The agriculture sector employs over 40%. Can you imagine that, Honorable Speaker? Over 40% of Kenya's population and more than 70% of the rural population is employed within this agriculture sector. And Honorable Speaker, because I normally have conversations with you outside this Senate, I know you are equally a farmer farming in the Kakamega forest, the very famous Kakamega forest, but I'm aware that you have been growing trees and growing fruits and even harvesting honey in your farms, Honorable Speaker. And this is what we are saying, that farmers who are making efforts to make Kenya food secure should then be assured that there is a legislation that is cushioning farmers. The agriculture sector is affected by many challenges that reduce its contribution to the economy and improvement of livelihoods, and including climate change and emerging pests and diseases, which underscore the need for crop diversification, irrigation, adoption of drought-resistant crop varieties, improving water management systems, sustainable harvesting of aquifers, improving weather forecasting. Honorable Speaker, there are also many other challenges within the agriculture sector, including low and undiversified production and productivity due to high cost of inputs, low availability of inputs in remote areas, lack of targeted subsidies, low quality inputs, declining soil fertility, inadequate use of modern technologies, pests and diseases, among other factors. And to mitigate some of these factors, Honorable Speaker, you are very much aware that when Kenya Kwanza government, or the broad-based government, took over power in 2022, one of the items that our President William Ruto picked was the cost of fertilizer. When he took up this government in 2022, a bag of fertilizer was costing a whopping 7,500 shillings. And to intervene on behalf of farmers to reduce the cost of inputs, which was a very good mitigation, and we really commend this government for doing that. He ensured that there was a subsidy that supported the farm input, the fertilizer, to reduce it to a cost of 2,500. As a result, we have seen bounty harvest. Maize production has gone up. Coffee production has gone up. You have seen farmers have benefited huge in coffee production. And we are happy to state and to note that with Kenya Kwanza government, we have seen the cost of coffee
coming from 40 shillings per kg, amount that is being earned by the farmers, to over 120 shillings in some of the counties like Kirinyaga, over 100 shillings, 110 shillings in Murang'a County, and many other counties which are enjoying the good value that coffee has now achieved, because we even have an exchange, a coffee exchange platform where these prices are being fetched, Honorable Speaker. We also have challenges of poor marketing, market uncertainties, and low value addition that adversely affects economic returns and lead to low sustainability of enterprises in agriculture. And that is why we have seen aggregation parks now. The government is in the process of putting aggregation parks in different counties to ensure that when we have harvest, when there is bumper harvest in certain regions, this harvest can be aggregated. And we want to thank Makueni County for coming up with a way of dealing with the bountiful and plentiful harvest of mangoes, Honorable Speaker. Farmers have suffered. Farmers have cried for days in the Republic of Kenya with very high post-harvest losses arising from inadequate technologies for product development and storage, poor infrastructure, particularly rural access roads, and high energy costs for cooling and processing facilities. But, Honorable Speaker, a lot of advanced technology has now been offered to give cooling facilities, even in the new markets that are being built. Unpredictable weather patterns have also been a challenge, and rainfall variability, and as a result, we are having many more dams being constructed, low budgetary allocation to the agriculture sector, and limited access to agriculture finances. So, Honorable Speaker, this bill comes in now to assist both the national government and the county government to plan better in the agriculture sector. Any resources that are allocated to the agriculture sector, with the legal framework that is going to be offered by this bill on the agriculture produce minimum guaranteed returns bill, we can now have better utilization of resources that are allocated to the agriculture sector. Honorable Speaker, do you remember the incidents where one county, in accounting for the resources disbursed towards agriculture, could only bring accounting papers to the PAC that they had bought fingerlings, and the fingerlings were in the river, and the river had swept away the fish? Do you remember that incident? This bill is going to curb such mischief from the counties. With this bill, the county is going to be accounting for any post-harvest losses, because it is going to close out any mischief in the utilization of the funds that are due to agriculture. And counties will be held to account. For instance, now in Murang'a County, Murang'a was blessed with a heavy produce of mangoes this season. Unfortunately, we were expecting the county government, Governor Irongo Kang'ata, who has been purchasing those mangoes from the farmers, we were expecting him to consolidate and bring them to his storage and also dispatch them to the market. But what happened was a shock to the farmers. They harvested the mangoes. I'm sure you must have seen it on social media. And before we knew it, the mangoes were rotting in the backyards of the farmers' barnyards, Honorable Speaker. The mangoes were not collected, the mangoes were not purchased, and they were lost. If this legal framework was in place, Honorable Speaker, Murang'a County would have asked the farmers, how many kilos of mangoes have you lost? If you have lost 100 kilos of farmers, you look at the market cost of 1 kg of each mango produce and compensate those farmers so that they are buffered from losses which are unnecessary. Guaranteed minimum returns refer to the minimum amount of money guaranteed by the government to farmers. It could be in form of the subsidies, loans, or grants to the farmers. And the history of guaranteed minimum returns can be traced back to the colonial times. As a part of the war effort, the British government promoted Kenyan agriculture, guaranteed prices and returns per acre, continued marketing control, and other policies were introduced to assist settlers and to increase food production for the troops. So it is not the first time that minimum guaranteed returns are being mentioned in Kenya. The Agriculture Act itself Chapter 318, Laws of Kenya, now repealed. Unfortunately, some very good sections were repealed, which had extensive provision on guaranteed minimum returns. The repealed act provided for declaration of essential crops, which were necessary for the requirements of Kenya. The Central Agriculture Board would then prepare a program of production and production orders of essential crops and disseminate the same to registered owners or occupiers of large-scale farms. Section 10 of the repealed act provided that every person upon whom a production order has been served would be guaranteed by the government a minimum return of the money for every acre of land appropriate for planting an essential crop. So that bill or that act of parliament, it rewarded effort, and this bill is about rewarding effort. It is not about rewarding a farmer who sits in their farm, produces nothing, and then runs to county government to say, how are you assuring my agriculture is working? It is not contemplative. It is going to reward production. So it's an actual product that has been produced from the farm, which then is ascertainable. It can be measured. It can be ascertained. And the farmer can be able to claim that I have produced 100 kgs of wheat. Aside from guaranteed returns, the government would also provide advances for the purpose of meeting expenditure incurred in preparing and fertilizing the land on which the essential crops were planted. The Agriculture Guaranteed Minimum Return Advance Rules 1977 provided for 500 shillings per acre of land on which essential crop was grown. So this is going to encourage people. Instead of being in the cities, you go back to where you have a small parcel of land. You are guaranteed that any return you get from that, any product you get from that land is covered or cushioned by the county government, of course resourced by the national government, and then it becomes easier even to ease of joblessness. There were also guaranteed minimum return loans which were advanced by the government to farmers. For instance, the loans would finance the production of essential crops such as wheat and maize at cash 180 shillings per acre. This was then. Of course, now the value would change. To qualify for the loan, the farmer would be required to own a minimum of 15 acres. So it had a standard. It could not just guarantee when you certainly do not have an assurance of a proper harvest or a proper crop. If the application was approved by the Ministry of Agriculture, the AFC would issue the loan as approved. The farmer had to pay a premium of 4 shillings per acre in respect of wheat and 3 shillings in respect of maize. The condition was imposed because the scheme incorporated an insurance element, an insurance policy element, in that the farmer was guaranteed a minimum of cash 180 per acre should their crop fail due to bad weather or some other natural hazard. So there was a process of governance around farming, around agriculture, and they even made sure there was an insurance policy that would ensure that if a crop failed, just like it happens in the advanced jurisdictions, that insurance company would then revert and pay for the failed crop. On delivery of the produce to the marketing institution, the Agriculture Finance Corporation would recover the money advanced to the farmer. In the event of the farmer experiencing crop failure, the corporation would inspect the farm and if satisfied that there was indeed crop failure, pay the farmer the minimum price of 180 per acre. The guaranteed minimum return program was, however, discontinued in 1978 following years of poor performance and unsustainable financial losses. Madam Speaker, sir, comparative jurisdictions show that provision of funding support in agriculture produce has helped the growth and stability of agriculture industry. The United States federal government...
Senator, did I hear you say, Madam Speaker, sir?
That was a very big omission because I never thought I would fall into that trap, which was started by Honorable Salasia in the National Assembly. And this being the superior chamber, we would not want to fall into that trap of Madam Speaker, sir. Apologies for that. The United States federal government spends about USD 30 billion annually to support its agriculture sector through a wide range of subsidy and support programs, including crop insurance, agriculture risk coverage, price loss coverage, conservation programs, marketing loans, ad hoc and disaster aid. These programs are administered mainly by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, which runs more than 150 initiatives that provide both direct financial support and indirect assistance to farmers. In India, another comparative jurisdiction, the government introduced the Minimum Support Program, MSP, in 1966 to 1967, a period marked by a severe cereal deficit that left domestic production unable to meet national demand. After more than a decade of food insecurity, the government adopted sweeping agricultural reforms with MSP as the first major intervention. MSP was designed as a price safety net to protect farmers from unpredictable market prices and natural risks, ensuring they receive a minimum assured income for key crops. Locally, Murang'a County 2022 Agriculture Farms Input Subsidy Policy was created to cushion farmers from persistent production and market challenges by lowering the cost of key inputs and stabilizing incomes in two priority value chains, dairy and mango. So meaning a program is being piloted in Murang'a County for dairy products, that's the milk, and also for mangoes. The policy links subsidies directly to verified production, milk delivered to cooperative societies, and mangoes delivered to processors. In other words, Murang'a County will negotiate with Pick and Peel or with Kakuzi or Del Monte if they are producing any fruit juices, and ensure that mangoes are delivered, quality mangoes are delivered to the processors, who then turn those mangoes into juice, and that means the post-harvest losses are reduced, and the county it's a sure bet for the county that they are working on a commercial enterprise, agri-business enterprise that cannot fail. And it ensures that public support is rewarded, actual output, and strengthened formal market participation. To operationalize the policy, the county has enacted the Public Finance Murang'a County Agricultural Farms Input Subsidy and Incentive Fund regulation, which has established a dedicated fund. And Honorable Speaker, what we are saying, when a dedicated fund with a clear objective is established by each county, it means the disbursement on agriculture will no longer be used to just maybe distribute a few seedlings to farmers and purport to account for those seedlings in a manner that is so questionable, in a manner that does not meet the proper accounting standards. Madam Speaker, sir, the Agriculture Produce Minimum Guaranteed Returns Bill now creates a county-level framework to stabilize the farmer's income by guaranteeing this minimum return when the market prices fall below production costs. Its objective is to cushion farmers from price volatility, promote food security, and support equitable agricultural development across the counties. Counties are assigned the primary responsibility for implementation, including budgeting, resource mobilization, timely disbursement, and monitoring of program impact, as stated in Section 4, which requires counties to approve and integrate minimum guaranteed payment programs within their annual county budget and ensure timely payments. To operationalize the scheme, the bill establishes a county minimum guarantee committee responsible for determining eligible crops and livestock, calculating average market prices and comprehensive production costs, setting acreage limits so it can even go to the limit of 1 acre or 2 acre, registering beneficiaries, and approving payments. The minimum guaranteed return is defined as an amount equivalent to 20% of the difference between the average market price of a product and the comprehensive costs. That is in Section 12. Payments are only made where the produce is largely consumed locally, not those who are exporting, because those who are exporting are big farmers and they are capable of taking care of their inputs and outputs, and they have calculated their profits and they are sure what they are engaging in is profitable. The bill also requires annual publication of comprehensive costs and market prices with revisions gazetted within 14 days. The bill includes safeguards, Honorable Speaker, to ensure accountability, including provisions for suspension on or recovery of payments obtained through fraud. So this bill will not be used for people to commit fraud in the counties, pretending that produce has been brought to the county. Fraud will be punished, or with error, or with overpayments. Those will be treated as debts recoverable with interest at the central bank rates if anybody purports to take advantage of this bill. And offenses of providing false information or obstructing officials from attracting fines will also be punished with imprisonment. The Cabinet Secretary is empowered to make regulations which county assemblies may enact legislation on how they will register the farmers to benefit, how the application procedures will be, evaluation criteria, and disbursement processes. Overall, the bill establishes a structured, data-driven, and county-anchored mechanism aimed at stabilizing farmers' incomes and strengthening agriculture resilience. I would say this bill is a very, very big boost to what the government has been doing in farming agriculture and ensuring that the fertilizer inputs are affordable by ordinary farmers and small-scale farmers. The bill comes at a time when farmers across the country are grappling with unprecedented economic pressure, global fertilizer price shocks, climate-induced crop failures, and volatile commodity markets have eroded farm incomes and increased household vulnerabilities. Many counties continue to experience declining productivity due to high input costs, degraded soils, and unpredictable rainfall patterns. Honorable Speaker, at the same time, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda identifies agriculture as a primary driver of rural incomes and national food security. It is therefore imperative that we adopt a modern, predictable, and fiscally disciplined mechanism to stabilize farmers' earnings and safeguard our food systems. Honorable Speaker, as I beg to move this bill, and as I wait to call in the person to second the bill, I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that I am hoping and persuading my colleagues in this Senate to see the sense in this bill, to offer a framework in an area where ambiguity and vagueness in the utilization of resources in the agriculture sector within counties has been used wrongly to the detriment of the farmers and to the detriment of big principles that we need to have developed to assure food security to our nation. I am not seeing any senator standing up to oppose this bill, because opposing this bill is opposing food security. Opposing this bill is opposing proper accountability mechanism for all the funds that are being sent to the counties, Honorable Speaker, and being misused in the name of purchasing seedlings. Some have seen governors giving 0.5 kg of maize seeds to farmers, and indeed some have become such a scam, because farmers are given in this station, and by the time the old people walk another 20, 50, 100 meters, there is a group of gangsters who take the seedlings from them and they are given in another station. I do not know how we would watch as a Senate to see mayhem in the agriculture sector when we can actually put a governance structure using this bill, the Agriculture Produce Minimum Guaranteed Returns Bill, to ensure, Honorable Speaker, the same way coffee is being given the cherry fund, that is assuring the coffee farmers that when you're engaging in planting and farming of coffee, you are not going on a loss. You are assured of 100 shillings per kg for each coffee farmer. And also, Honorable Speaker, the bill targets crops that are not that have not been noticed before. There's no advocacy on those crops. You see, coffee and tea are important crops in the Republic of Kenya because they are deemed as cash crops. So we have the farmers who are doing coffee and tea having a platform where they can advocate for their issues, even using legislation. But we have other crops. We have crops that are in a lower cadre. We have food crops that are being farmed, and that's the one that assures food security. We want to assure the tomato farmers. We want to assure farmers in horticulture. We want to assure farmers in nuts that finally they can predict the price of their harvest. Minus predicting that price of their harvest, you will find investors in the agriculture sector will shy away. Because if I'm not sure whether if I invest 2 million in agriculture, I'm going to get back my return, the natural thing is for me to go to an area where my risk is managed and my risk is contained. With this bill, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this bill do proceed on, and I want to request Senator Wafula Wakoli to second this bill. Thank you very much.
Senator Wakoli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As ably articulated by Senator Veronica, this bill includes safeguards that ensure accountability, provisions for recovery of payment obtained through fraudulent means, and to ensure that the debts are recoverable with interest at the central bank. Honorable Speaker, the bill establishes a structure, data-driven and county-anchored mechanisms aimed at establishing farmers' incomes and strengthening agricultural resilience. This is a matter that our farmers have been struggling with for many, many years, and to ensure that comprehensive jurisdictions have shown that provision of funding support in agriculture produce has helped the growth and stability of the agriculture industry. Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that to operationalize the scheme, the bill establishes a county minimum guarantee committee responsible to determining eligible crops, livestock, calculating average market prices, and comprehensive production costs. This bill shows that it is anchored in devolution, that the primary decision-making will be based on county prioritized products, crops, and this will ensure that every county has, and even the Kenya Kwanza government is building industrial parks, Honorable Speaker. It simply says that every county determines the crops or produce or animals that they will champion in terms of the Ministry of Agriculture. This bill fits into that kind of arrangement, and the farmer of Bungoma, the farmer of Kirinyaga, the farmer of Mandera, the farmer of Marsabit, although they planted seedlings when the drought was there, Honorable Speaker, we pray that they should have hope that next time they will plant when it is raining, and that this bill will be sufficient enough to give them an opportunity to flourish. And finally, it is in the spirit of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that identifies agriculture as a primary driver in rural incomes and national food security. We are dealing with the drought now, Honorable Speaker, because many of the counties don't understand that the poverty that our people go through is devolved. They need to invest in agriculture. They need to give people the capacity and training to embrace agriculture. The young people of this country must not only wait for good, sumptuous meals on the table, but be encouraged that going to the farm is the best way forward and the earnings will be good. It is therefore imperative that we adopt a modern, practicable, and physically disciplined mechanism to stabilize farmers' earning and safeguard our food system. Honorable Speaker, the farming industry in Kenya, the sugar industry, as you know, we passed the bill the other day. The President told us we shall be getting bonuses, Mumias Sugar gave, but it goes a long way after this leasing of our factories, that this bill will go a long way to enhance that. We have macadamia, we have the avocado, we have the coffee, and all these products should be anchored in this kind of structured bill that our people have been lacking for many, many times. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Agriculture Produce Minimum Guaranteed Returns Bill, Senate Bills number 17 of 2025, be now read a second time. Senator Professor Kamara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support this beautiful piece of legislation. I want to congratulate my dear sister, Senator Veronica Maina, for proposing this bill. Madam Speaker, this, as the mover said, is not the first time that the guaranteed minimum return was done. But we used to have what we used to call GMR, guaranteed minimum return. This one is minimum guaranteed return. When I joined the Ministry of Agriculture in 1986, before your clerk was born, Madam Speaker, we had guaranteed minimum return. I was a district soil conservation officer and became a district extension coordinator. And this was one of our best jobs in Trans Nzoia. Trans Nzoia was the food basket of the country. And for farmers to be encouraged to farm, to plant maize, it was extremely important that guaranteed minimum returns were applied. I'm very happy that we are going to have a return in the name of minimum guaranteed returns. Why is it important, Madam Speaker? It is very important because food production has become very expensive, and it has always been expensive to produce food. Because if you use the cost of production in food to determine the sale of the produce, food becomes very expensive. Kenya is not the first country to do this. There are many countries, and examples have been given. India does it. In fact, in Canada, you are even given a minimum return for the milk you produce. And the farmers, dairy farmers in Canada, are paid. Even when there is a glut in the market, they are allowed to pour the milk and feed whoever they want, feed their pigs or use it the way they want, but they receive the minimum return. It is the only way you can assure food security in any country. The support that farmers are getting now, the subsidy, again, is something that most countries in the European Union have embraced. Why? Producing food is expensive, and food is supposed to be a right to everybody, like it is in our Constitution, Madam Speaker, that we have a right to food and good nutrition. But if you just have that as a right and you don't protect the producer, it is impossible for you to be able to implement that right in your Bill of Rights. So it is very important that you actually facilitate farmers to give you, to ensure that you get the food that you want to guarantee, whether it be the students. Madam Speaker, you are with me in the Committee of Education. And we have been demanding from governors that children must be fed according to the policy for PP1, PP2, which demands that a child must get a well-balanced meal at lunchtime. We know our governors are still escaping with porridge. And they tell you we give them porridge at 10, and then they expect the child to just drink porridge at 10 and go home at 1. By noon, they are tired and they're sleeping in the room. So for us to be able to actually have food, even for the same governors, because I'm very impressed that this is a law that is going to be implemented dominantly in the counties, the county governments should look at the food that they require for their children and implement a minimum guarantee return to the farmers that will produce. I'm seeing Gitui putting the mung beans in their minimum guaranteed return. I am seeing Trans Nzoia, of course, obviously in their maize, Bungoma in maize, Nandi in maize, Uasin Gishu in maize. And I like the way the bill has done because it has given the freedom and the leeway to the governors to choose the crops that they are going to give the minimum guarantee for production purposes. This minimum return, as I was looking at, may be different for different crops because of the production costs that are required. And it is very important that that is captured, as was captured by the mover in one of the clauses. I think it was in clause, was it clause? Yes, clause 12. If we focus on the food security, then the minimum return will be as per that crop. I want to persuade the mover that it may not always be 20%. In our days, because I was an assessor, we used to assess, and we had economists that would give us the production, whatever they call the minimum production of Trans Nzoia, which was different from the minimum production of Elgeyo Marakwet and different from the minimum production of Bungoma. And we would have to use our own. So we would assess the production and the losses. It is also very important to note, Madam Speaker, that not every year is a good year in agriculture. Because of climate change, we have erratic rainfalls. Sometimes there are droughts that just come midstream, and crops are destroyed. This minimum guarantee return is going to take care of that, because you have to take care of calamities, apart from the fact that if you don't get what is your minimum income, something that can make you break even, because if nobody break evens, we will have insecurity. Madam Speaker, there is something new that is coming in Western Kenya and North Rift. We are discovering coffee for the first time in our lives. And because of the discovery of coffee, there is a lot of shift towards producing cash crops. We never had cash crops, and we do not know. And when the minimum returns was returned, when subsidy became debatable, then it became very difficult. So there is now a shift towards cash crops. And if everybody goes cash crop, then there is going to be a major problem in food security. So I want to support, and I believe senators will support this bill. And the only thing that I would like the mover to look at is to look at what is 20% for mung beans, what is 20% for maize, what is 20% for any other crop. Or alternatively, give the leeway to the counties so that any county can look at the crops that they're producing and come up with their percentage. We may not need to limit it here, because if you limit it to 20% of the difference between the average price of the product and the comprehensive costs, and the costs again become variable because different fertilizer regimes have different variabilities. Also, application of fertilizer, including top dressing, is varying from farm to farm. Some people say split your top dressing. Others come in and say split, but also have another liquid fertilizer. So you may not be able to get exactly the cost if we go that direction. What we also need to work is to work with the research institutions. Let CARI tell us what the actual optimum yield is of the different crops in the different regions of this country, so that we actually base our minimum on what we have has been established by our research institutions. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I'm very, very delighted because I was involved in GMR before. I was an assessor in GMR, and I know it encouraged farmers, particularly in Trans Nzoia where I worked, to actually farm. Everybody was ready to work because they knew if there is crop failure, they knew they will get a minimum from government. Because if you are guaranteed that you are going to get your minimum, so we need to get the definition of minimum. If the minimum can be met so that you break even, then anybody can be able to produce food for this country. Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to support.
Senator Wahome Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also like to support the bill as moved by Senator Veronica Maina. Indeed, Madam Speaker, Kenya is basically an agricultural country. The diversity of the crops that we grow in different regions, Madam Speaker, requires a bill like this that will give the leeway to the county governments to determine which crop has priority in their counties. But, Madam Speaker, as I support the bill, Madam Speaker, it's also imperative that we note that there are different counties that have almost the same produce. Mango is doing very well in Murang'a as it is in Makueni and other counties. What we lack, Madam Speaker, is a dedicated approach towards ensuring that we do manage the post-harvest losses. I do recall, Madam Speaker, we have a season in Nyeri County where everybody is harvesting avocado, at times macadamia, and because of lack of guaranteed minimum return, the farmers are left sitting on their crops, some which cannot be preserved for a long time, like avocado, they go to waste. Madam Speaker, to curb this, there must be an intentional approach from the county government, and I want to commend the approach that the Kenya Kwanza government had started of the KAIPs, County Aggregated Agro-Processing Parks, that were intentionally being established to ensure that farmers do not lose their crop. Madam Speaker, that did not see in many counties the light of the day. Political mispriorities, Madam Speaker, has led to the disaster, as was explained here by Senator Veronica, where the farmers in Murang'a were made to harvest their mango, believing that the county government is going to buy from them, only for the county government to leave them sitting on their mangoes, which went to waste. Madam Speaker, it is also important that we know that the advancement of technology, easy transport across international borders, and also the demand of organically produced produce, Madam Speaker, should be a major advantage to most Kenyan farmers who do farming without applying any chemicals. This, Madam Speaker, can only be leveraged if we also embrace our new markets. As we do that, Madam Speaker, also embracing technology to ensure that we preserve the produce that we have so that the easily perishable goods like mangoes, avocados, tomatoes, and others, cabbages, Madam Speaker, can be preserved for a longer time. If you go to countries like Holland, Madam Speaker, you will find that they're using what they call the choke freezing, so that they can preserve the produce without losing the vitamins, without losing the nutritional value of the same, but they extend the shelf life by several months, Madam Speaker. But and what I'm happy about this bill, as proposed by Senator Veronica Maina, Madam Speaker, is that it envisaged a situation where abuse or fraud can be practiced by some farmers, and therefore proposes measures that will ensure that the fraud is not there, Madam Speaker. And that, being in a country where people are used to corruption, where people are used to quick fix bucks, where people are used to taking shortcuts, Madam Speaker, it is important that from the word go that we anchor the control mechanisms to ensure that we do not have another golden bag in terms of guaranteed minimum return. Madam Speaker, we must also, as senators, encourage regional integration and formation of producer groups so that those counties that produce predominantly a certain produce, like Nyandarua with milk, Nyandarua with potatoes, which are also the same produce that are produced in Nyeri, if we have approach of are having an aggregation center where we can ensure that to achieve economies of scale, will achieve the number, the quantity that we need, and the quality, most important, Madam Speaker, so that we can be able to give our farmers not only benefit for value for their money, but also ensure that they attract the top dollar by ensuring that they produce the right quality. Madam Speaker, it has been said by the mover again, and this is also very, very important. There was a time that we used to have guaranteed minimum return. We are not lost to the fact that the global competition has become bigger, but equally, the population has increased across the globe, Madam Speaker. And therefore, the increased demand, if we use the right technology, Madam Speaker, if we do the open new markets, non-traditional markets, Madam Speaker, it would be in line with the government policy to ensure that farmers get their returns. But, Madam Speaker, we must also ensure that our farmers, they produce the right quality, the right quantity, and then also establish mechanisms of evenly distributing that very, very, very same produce across the county. Madam Speaker, you've seen cases where people in the northeastern, people in Turkana are starving, while people in Nyandarua, people in Nyeri have overproduced potato and carrots and tomatoes, and they have nowhere to take them. This, Madam Speaker, with a good approach from the county government, with good communication platform, with good logistical arrangement, Madam Speaker, we can be able to ensure that no Kenya is starving because we are producing enough. What we lack is the distribution network. What we lack is the information transparency in the market. And therefore, Madam Speaker, as I support this bill, I would want also to call upon all the senators that it's the high time that we sit down and ask ourselves, along which lines can we form economic blocks that will make it economically viable to establish aggregation centers, because some of the counties, Madam Speaker, might be too small to achieve economies of scale and therefore might need the input of the neighboring county, and they can be establishing an aggregation center, a close county aggregation center that will ensure that the same produce is given the same treatment. Madam Speaker, I support.
Senator Ledama Olekina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me first of all begin by appreciating the good senator, the temporary speaker most of the time, a good lawyer, and a good SG. Madam Speaker, I'm a realist, and as I support this proposal, I want to play devil's advocate and try to criticize the bill so that my dear sister can attempt to fix loopholes that I see that are very dangerous. Madam Speaker, agriculture is devolved. And this bill proposes setting up a fund to be able to essentially compensate farmers for losses, up to 20%. Madam Speaker, this bill, for me, is utopian. And I say that, and I'll try to justify so that we see how we can correct it. This bill, as a farmer, Ledamo Olekina as a farmer, I fully support it, 100%. As a senator who is tasked with oversight, who is fighting issues of accountabilities in counties, I want to take a back step a little bit until I sit down with my sister to try and fix loopholes. I think the approach for this bill, being left to counties to be able to budget for funds and set up a fund to be run by politically appointed committee members who will determine the crops to be compensated and how much the cost of those prices are, will lead to various things like, one, corruption. Number two, it will also bring out rivalry between different groups. Hypothetically speaking, if I'm not in support of the current governor and my crops have been damaged, and I depend on this committee to be able to support me, so for me to be able to be paid my 20% at least, if my crop, let's say maize crop, I'm selling it at 3,000 shillings. And that is the market price for 3,000 shillings. But I did not do the right thing. I did not apply fertilizer. My crop is full of weeds. So the person coming in to buy them will only pay me 1,000 shillings. But because there is a piece of legislation that has been tasked, that is currently going to be overburdening counties, because each and every county, a county will have to set money aside. Hypothetically, if the budget is in 4 ports and agriculture is big, it will set up one side. Meaning, if that year there are no rains, if that year the crops fail, I have to make sure that I compensate farmers with this amount of money, setting up a fund. It will be very good for me as a farmer, but it will overburden the county's budgets. Madam Speaker, if you look at prices in terms of the stabilization of these prices, we depend on bodies like the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics or even standards to see what is, how much prices are being traded in the market. If we say that for now we are going to put price controls and we are dealing with producers, the best thing that this bill must do is not leave that burden to individual counties. This bill must be from the national perspective. We are setting up so many funds. I am looking at the PFM Act Section 116 that guarantees funds to be set up. This Senate did work on establishing funds to be used by all hospitals in the country. My approach on this one should be not to depend on county budgets. Not to depend on county budgets. My approach on this one should be that we find a way where we have a national fund that compensate farmers to a particular percentage, but setting up guarantee minimum returns, meaning profit of about at least 20%, because that's what the bill says. If we don't look for money elsewhere, we will kill our counties. I am concerned about that. I love the bill. I love the way the bill has been sorted out. But I'm just wondering how we are going to be able to be practical. And I'm just being a realist. If we leave this bill the way it has been structured, it will benefit in efficient production. I wouldn't care. Furthermore, there's a fund there that will be able to guarantee me that now that I have a cow, and this cow produces 57 liters of milk. If there is a structure for me to record this cow is giving me 57 liters of milk, and a liter of milk, I'm selling it to a processor at a minimum of 40 shillings. If it goes lower than that, the first question to be asked is that, have you reduced on the feed that you are feeding this cow? So that that cow is no longer giving you what it's supposed to give you? So my view on this bill, it is well intended, but I think we need to be able to make sure that it benefits both farmers and it also does not overburden counties. We are always talking here and fighting here for more monies to go to counties. Always. But now, when this bill becomes law, if we do not have any other source of income to be able to supplement the little resources that we are sending to our counties, we will overburden our counties. That is my concern. I'm happy that it will be focusing on produce which are sold locally to assist in food security, stabilizing the economy, and not export. I'm very happy about that. But I would persuade my sister to look at the following things. Number one, let's nationalize the fund. Number two, let us have a registry of all farmers. Let us have an independent body, but not a body set up by politicians. Let's have an independent body that all farmers will be able to register. There's one thing that is working very well with the distribution of fertilizers. I'm very happy about it. Is that I get an SMS and I'm told, Ledama Olekina, you have been allocated 460 bags of fertilizer. When I want to buy the fertilizer, I will share the text message. If I can afford 100 now, they will send me another one telling me that it is 360 which is left. So there is a structured way. That is an independent body that does not require me to know anybody. I can send somebody, they can take that text message, and it can work. Okay? So, I know we're in a rush, but I do not want to rush this thing because I'm a farmer. So allow me to go through all my points without getting disrupted, because I think laws are better developed in a way that, Madam Speaker, can you protect me from unnecessary
Senator
annoyance?
Betu,
Can I just
Senator Veronica,
deliver? You will find your time to come in.
Please listen in silence.
It doesn't matter.
Senator Methu, you're out of
Not
order.
the speaker.
Senator Methu, you're out of order,
I
please.
mean, it's completely insane to tell me that,
Senator,
You're out of mind.
Senator, you are getting out of order. Why? Why is he out of order? Senator Methu, you actually are exchanging without going through the speaker. So I would request that you listen to Senator Ledama to finish, please. Senator Ledama.
Madam Speaker, I'll use my 6 minutes. So if my brother from another county is pissed off, he can walk out, because I've got 6 minutes to, actually 5 minutes. Madam Speaker, good laws are designed in a way that they are criticized, they are challenged, so that they can better this country. I am always of the view that sometimes we over-legislate. If we over-legislate, a lot of these bills that we pass here will end up not being able to be implemented. I want to fully understand, for my dear sister, how realistically our counties are going to fund this bill. I want to seek some amendments for my dear sister. And the amendments which I have noted down are 1. Number 1, to enhance accountability. To make sure that we enhance accountability, set up an independent committee that evaluates the losses. Number 2, demand that for every farmer who subscribes to this minimum produce or guarantee of minimum produce takes a crop insurance policy, so that you've got shock absorbers. You've got the insurance here taking care of a certain budget. What is left, the government can be able to absorb. Instead of every county sort of like having all crops, I think my dear sister, who is a fantastic lawyer, can work with established bodies in this country to determine, if it is narrow county, what crop can this bill guarantee a minimum return. In narrow county, we thrive in wheat production. We are number 1 in the country. If you go to our neighboring county, they have corn or maize production. We have potatoes. You know, we have milk. So let's look at which products we can use as a country, as a county, so that we don't overburden. And then also in terms of working with county assemblies. County assemblies must put a ceiling on the budget that each county should be able to allocate to compensate farmers. That is the only way, Madam Speaker, that I foresee this bill not rewarding inefficiency. That each farmer will also guarantee that when you are actually, when we were growing up, we had field officers. What are they called? Extension officers. Let us introduce extension officers in this bill, such that today, if Ledama Olekena is planting corn, when I'm planting, and I want to make sure that I'm guaranteed my profit, I work with the county government. I work with those field extension officers. They come.
Senator Ledama, I'm sure you mean maize.
What? Corn and maize. Okay, maize. You're right. Corn and maize is the same. So if I'm growing maize, I register with that committee, an independent committee, that I'm growing 100 acres of maize. If I'm buying my fertilizer from cereal board, which is the most affordable one, if it is 2,500, they tell me how much I've used, so that I am compensated for what I've been able to do. And also the timing on when we are growing the crops. We should not just say today, after the rains, I now start growing crops. After the rains, I now start saying I'm growing crops because I can get compensated if I lose money. We need to work with the meteorological department. Put an avenue where the meteorological department is also part and parcel of a stakeholder in this bill, so that we do not misuse government funds, which are very limited. We make sure that all farmers are fully compensated for the work that they have done. So when we start, let's have a meeting. You know, Madam Speaker, we had a bill that we passed in this parliament, in the last parliament, in this Senate. It was a warehousing receipt bill. And that warehousing receipt bill was one which was going to make sure that farmers
Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 3rd March 2026 at 2:30 p.m. Senator Olekina, you have a balance of 5 minutes.